Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into a new lore surrounding the return of Lionel Jonson and his battle with the Tau. Before we get into madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
Gilead Secundus was already dying when Lord General Cassian Vaughan climbed the reliquary steps of St. Barabbas and looked across the last loyal city of his command. The Hive Cathedral world had been built to resemble a prayer carved into a planet. Its spires rose in tiers of black stone and gold ribbing, crowned with statues of saints whose faces had been eaten away by acid rain and centuries of industrial soot. Processional bridges crossed between towers like chains between prison bars. Bell engines larger than hab blocks hung silent in their iron cradles, their throats cracked by orbital concussion. Every avenue had once been named for a martyr. Every square had once held a shrine. Every wall had once carried scripture. Now the scriptures burned. Smoke wrapped the hive spires in funeral veils. Ash fell in slow grey drifts, turning the kneeling masses below into statues of the damned. Billions of civilians filled the plazas, manufacturing yards, transit causeways, cathedral approaches, and pilgrim roads, all packed shoulder to shoulder beneath hovering Xenos drones that glided through the ruin with insect precision. The drones projected the same words in flawless low Gothic, again and again, each repetition gentle enough to sound almost merciful. Compliance preserves life. Resistance wastes it. The phrase echoed from loudhailers mounted on alien gravskiffs. It shimmered across cracked pict screens. It spilled from the mouths of captured civic heralds whose faces were pale with terror and whose collars carried tiny blue control lights. It came down from the sky in calm waves, cleaner than prayer, colder than judgment. Compliance preserves life. Resistance wastes it. Vaughan hated the softness of it. He would have preferred the howling of orcs, the shrieking of traitors, the laughter of cultists gone mad in the service of thirsting gods. Honest monsters announced themselves. They stank. They raved. They came with rusted blades and blood on their teeth. The tow had come with ration barges, medici drones, water purifiers, pamphlets, smiling envoys, and orbital rail batteries positioned above every hive city on the planet. They had come promising survival. Then, they had begun sorting mankind into useful categories. Behind Vaughan, the command nave of St. Barabbas shook as another distant macro shell answered the enemy advance. Dust fell from the ribs of the vaulted ceiling. Cherubs, their wings clipped to stop them fleeing the smoke, fluttered against their chains and whined through brass throats. Servitors murmured Binharic prayers as they fed parchment rolls into cogitator altars. Vox officers hunched over crackling banks of brass and black iron. Priests moved among them, pressing bloody thumbprints onto helms and brow plates, whispering absolution to men who had no time to confess. Lord General Cassian Vaughan had commanded wars on 8 worlds and put down rebellions on 3 more. He had watched men freeze in trenches, drown in mud, burn in promethium, and vanish under tyrannid shadow. He had sent entire divisions to their deaths and slept after doing it. He was old enough to know that victory was not granted to the righteous. It was purchased by ammunition, bodies, timing, and obedience. On Gilead Secundus, he had all 4. 87 guard regiments held the final defense line around the cathedral hive. Armageddon pattern mechanized infantry filled the lower roads in their smoke-blackened chimeras. Cadian remnants manned the basilica bastions. Mordian firing blocks stood in the plazas, with bayonets fixed and coats buttoned to the throat despite the heat. Penal battalions waited in the drainage trenches, with explosive collars blinking red beneath their jawlines. Hive militia crouched behind shrine walls, clutching autoguns, shotguns, mining lasers, and rusted blades blessed in buckets of recycled holy water. Lehman Russ companies growled beneath the broken arches, their battle cannons elevated toward the eastern ash plain. Baneblade squadrons sat in reserve like iron cathedrals, each one daubed with kill litanies and names of saints. Behind them all, macro-basilica artillery loaded shells the size of hab cells into guns that had once been ceremonial organs. Above the hive, the void shields flickered in wounded halos, half ruined, half blind, still alive. Mass and faith, Vaughn thought. Enough of both will break any Xenos. The Tau proved him wrong in the first 10 minutes. It began with blue, light. Tiny points of azure radiance appeared across the ash wastes, then across the armor hulls, the bastion towers, the command cupolas, and the helmet lenses of men too far from the enemy to believe they were already seen. Marker lights. Vaughn had read the intelligence scrolls. He had watched the grainy picked captures. He had listened to Mechanicus adepts describe them as targeting designators, mere battlefield tools, nothing mystical, nothing to fear beyond their function. The battlefield became a constellation of death. "Auspex contact," barked Colonel Dravik from the cogitator pit. "Multiple signatures, eastern horizon, range extreme." Vaughn raised his magnoculars. The ash plain beyond the hive shimmered. At first he saw nothing but smoke, and the skeletal ribs of Manufactorum suburbs bombed flat during the opening week. Then white lines split the world. Hammerhead gunships fired from beyond sane engagement distance, their railguns discharging in perfect sequence. The shots did not arc. They did not roar like Imperial cannon. They crossed the battlefield as absolute statements, straight and white, and impossibly fast. The first line punched through a Lehman Russ Vanquisher at the base of the St. Caudron Causeway. The tank did not explode at once. It simply opened. Its front armor caved inward, its turret snapped loose, and the crew became a pressurized mist that burst from every hatch seam before the ammunition cooked off and hurled the turret into a shrine wall. Another rail shot passed through 3 chimeras in a row, each transport jerking as if struck by the fist of a god, their passengers pulped together into a steaming slurry of flak armor, bone, and lasgun stocks. A Baneblade named his unbroken word took a round through its engine block. The sacred machine shuddered, bellowed black fire from its exhausts, and died with its crew still screaming inside the sealed hull. "Return fire," Vaughn said. His voice did not rise. It did not need to. Men obeyed calm, faster than fury. The macro-basilicas answered. The hive shook with the thunder of Imperial guns. Entire balconies cracked loose from the force of the barrage. Shells climbed into the smoke-choked sky, trailing fire and hymn parchment, then fell on coordinates fed through half-blind auspex and desperate prayer. For a moment, Vaughn allowed himself to believe. The eastern ash plain erupted. Kilometers of dead city vanished under impacts. Towers of dust and flame rose where tow armor should have been. Priests cheered. Guardsmen beat rifle stocks against barricades. Somewhere below, a choir began singing the canticle of final defiance. Then the Auspex runes cleared. Most of the tow armor had already moved. The shelling had killed decoy drones, empty sensor ghosts, and abandoned beacon rigs. "Throne," whispered Dravik. Vaughn lowered the magnoculars. "Do not blaspheme. Adjust fire, saturation pattern, all batteries." Before Dravik could answer, the sky opened. Mantas descended through the flak clouds like pale, predatory leviathans. Their hulls were smooth, clean, almost serene, drifting through tracer fire and black smoke, with shields glittering under impacts. Hydras and flak towers hammered at them. Autocannon shells burst against their fields. A lucky missile struck one along its port wing and scraped burning armor from the hull, but the giant craft did not fall. It merely corrected its descent and released its cargo. Devilfish transports dropped toward the avenues. Crisis battlesuits fell in controlled dives, jetpacks flaring. Shield drones bloomed around them in protective shoals. Breacher teams deployed from grav carriers with pulse blasters held tight to their chests. Smaller drones fanned out above them, scanning, marking, whispering information to unseen commanders. There was no roar of savage joy, no battle cry, only movement, precise, layered, mathematical, strong point. Aurelia went silent beneath smart missile fire that bent around barricades and plunged into trenches from above. Men died with their backs pressed to walls they had thought were cover, their helmets bursting open, their torsos hammered into meat by warheads that found them without line of sight. Bastion Enoch fired for 6 more minutes before a team of battlesuits landed on its roof, cut through the gun shields with fusion weapons, and poured pulse fire down through the murder holes. The Vox carried half a scream, a burst of static. Then, nothing. At the Mercy Gate, a company of Mordians held formation as breachers advanced through the smoke. Vaughn watched them through a picked feed. The humans fired volley after volley, last beams cutting red through the grey. Fire warriors fell, drones dropped, smoking. The line held, then Markalites crawled across the Mordian formation. Pulse fire answered. Men burst apart in ranks. The front file collapsed as though a scythe had passed through them. Blue-white shots punched through breastplates and ribcages, burning fist-sized tunnels through flesh. The second file stepped over them because discipline demanded it. The third file died before they could fire. Within heartbeats, the avenue was carpeted in bodies, boots slipping in blood that steamed on hot stone. Still, the drones spoke overhead. Compliance preserves life. Resistance wastes it. Vaughn turned from the picked feed. Where is the Medici reserve? Stationed in the western transept, Lord, said a Vox officer. His face was grey. Also at St. Joran's Hospice, the lower reliquary vaults, and the Pilgrim Infamaria. Move them deeper. Now. The order came too late. A new transmission bled across the command frequency, clean and unhurried, carried in low Gothic, with only the faintest alien cadence. This is Aunel Kovash of the Tau Empire. By authority of the greater good, all medical stations within contested zones are granted protection under the Mercy Protocol, accept oversight, lower weapons, permit treatment of all wounded without distinction. Refusal will be understood as an extension of suffering. Vaughn stared at the Vox grill. A priest beside him spat onto the floor. Lies, Static whispered. Then Kovash spoke again, softer than before. Pain extended without purpose is barbarism. End them cleanly. The western picked screens flashed white. St. Joran's Hospice vanished under iron fire. Its roof lifted whole, stained glass saints turning molten in the blast. Thousands of wounded guardsmen, stretcher bearers, Medici orderlies and confessors disappeared in a bloom of blue heat. The lower reliquary vaults followed, then the Pilgrim Infamaria. Each strike was exact. No waste, no fury. Buildings marked as refusing oversight were erased. Those that accepted began transmitting TOW medical codes within moments, their Red Cross icons replaced by pale blue sigils. Vaughn heard someone sobbing. He did not turn to see who. Cut that frequency, he said. We have tried, Lord. Then drown it. The command nave, filled with imperial hymnals, screamed through every Vox horn at full distortion. The voices of dead saints and living priests crashed against the alien calm, but beneath them, faintly, the phrase continued. Compliance preserves life. Resistance wastes it. The next assault came wearing human faces. Guevesa columns advanced through the smoke beneath white and ochre banners. They wore reissued flak armor marked with TOW sigils. Many still carried imperial pattern lace guns with the Aquila filed away. Others bore pulse carbines held awkwardly in human hands. Their officers spoke through amplification collars. Brothers of Gilead, lay down arms. You will be fed. Your wounded will be treated. Your families will live. Behind them, fire warriors advanced in perfect ranks, not close enough to be endangered, close enough to be seen. Drones floated behind the Guevesa lines, their lenses steady and bright. When one human auxiliary hesitated,
A blue light flickered onto his back. He stiffened and resumed marching. Another dropped his rifle and fell to his knees. A drone descended. There was a flash, brief and clinical, and the man toppled with a neat hole burned through his spine. Vaughan watched the human shield regiments approach the St. Barabbas causeway. "Open fire," said Colonel Dravik. Vaughan did not answer at once. The Guevesa were traitors, perhaps coerced, perhaps starving, perhaps beaten into obedience by ration control and alien promises. None of that mattered, while they advanced under Xenos banners with weapons raised against the Emperor's servants. "Open fire," Vaughan said. The causeway became a slaughterhouse. Heavy bolters ripped through the auxiliaries, stitching lines of red ruin through bodies. Mortars burst among them. Last fire fell in sheets. Men who had once prayed in the same cathedrals died screaming under the guns of their
former kin. Some fired back, some begged, some tried to run and were cut down by tow drones behind them. Fire warriors used the confusion to advance, pulse rifles flashing over the shoulders of dying humans. Vaughan felt something cold settle behind his ribs. The Xenos had made the Imperium spend ammunition on its own species. They had made loyal men stain themselves killing the conquered before the true assault even arrived. That was when Vaughan ordered the counterattack. Every commissar on the line repeated the command. Every priest roared himself bloody, giving it sanctity. The bells of St. Barabbas, silent for days, were forced to ring by servitor crews, hauling chains through clouds of falling plaster. The sound rolled across the hive like the voice of a dying god. Millions rose. Penal battalions surged first, collars blinking, blades fixed. Hive militia followed with shrieking faith and cheap weapons. Guard regiments came after them in disciplined blocks, banners snapping in the hot wind, officers raising power swords, priests holding reliquaries above their heads as if bones could stop railguns. Lehman Russ tanks ground forward between infantry waves, battle cannons firing over open sights. Baneblades crawled behind them, their many guns vomiting flame. "For the Emperor," Vaughan whispered. On the field below, the whisper became a world's last roar. The charge smashed through the outer Guevesa ranks and rolled into the cathedral ruins. For several glorious minutes, mankind reached the enemy. Bayonets punched into fire warrior armor. Chainswords screamed. Guardsmen dragged battlesuits down with cables, melter bombs, and bare hands. A penal trooper climbed onto a crisis suit's back and drove a crack grenade into its jetpack before both vanished in the blast. A baneblade crushed a devilfish beneath its treads, grinding hull and crew into the avenue stones. Then the tow trap closed. Pulse fire erupted from every flank. Breacher teams emerged from ruins the Imperials had thought empty. Drones rose from rubble like carrion insects. Smart missiles fell from above. Hammerheads on the far ridge fired through pre-measured lanes. The charging mass compressed against invisible walls of fire. Bodies burst, stumbled and piled. Men in the rear kept pushing, unaware the front ranks no longer existed as men. The avenue became a dam of human meat. Blood ran around the tracks of stalled tanks. Plasma heat cooked the dead where they fell, swelling bellies, blackening faces, fusing armor to skin. A priest climbed the mound of corpses with a burning book in one hand and kept screaming the litany of hatred until a pulse round opened his head and sprayed his congregation with bone and brain. In the high, cold distance, Chasseur Montier watched through the sensorium of his command battlesuit. Vaughan saw him only as a magnified shape on a flickering pict capture. White armor, red markings, no haste, no triumph. The Xenos commander stood on a shattered processional arch, while drones orbited him in patient circles. The alien transmission cut briefly into Imperial command vox, translated by some machine intelligence too arrogant to remain silent. "Their faith increases their casualty tolerance," said Montier. "It does not increase their tactical value." Vaughan's fist tightened around the rail of the command pulpit. "Signal all reserves," he said. Commit the second line. A warning rune flashed crimson across the central hololith, then another, then all of them. Stealth signatures inside the hive, shouted Dravik. Command level, command level. The lights died. Emergency lumens washed the nave in red. Something hissed in the dark above the strategium. Vaughn drew his power saber as the first stealth suit shimmered into visibility among the hanging sensors, its outline bleeding from nothing into pale angular armor. A burst cannon spun beneath its arm. The weapon spoke. Vaughn's staff came apart around him. Colonel Dravik vanished from the waist up, his legs standing for a heartbeat before falling. Vox officers were shredded across their consoles, their blood pattering over brass keys and parchment maps. A priest raised an icon and lost both arms before the next burst tore his chest open. Servitors continued chanting while rounds chewed through them, their dead flesh slapping wetly against cogitator banks. Vaughn charged. The stealth suit turned too slowly. His power. Saber struck its shoulder joint and bit deep, the disruption field screaming against alien alloys. The pilot inside jerked back. Vaughn rammed the blade in farther, twisting with both hands, snarling through clenched teeth. The suit's arm fell away in sparks. Its burst cannon clattered across the floor, still spinning. "For Gilead," Vaughn growled. He wrenched the saber free and cut again, splitting the battlesuit's sensor head. The machine toppled, its pilot bleeding dark through ruptured seals. A second suit appeared behind him. Vaughn turned, but age and exhaustion moved slower than Xenos targeting logic. The burst cannon fired. The impact threw him against the pulpit. His breastplate cracked. Something inside him tore loose and filled his mouth with blood. He slid down the stone, still gripping his saber, his vision pulsing black at the edges. A clean white battlesuit stepped over the remains of his officers. Its armor was barely marked. Its weapon tracked past him, seeking new threats. A drone descended beside Vaughn, lens dilating. It scanned his medals, his rank pins, the campaign laurels on his coat, recording him, classifying him, preparing his death for propaganda. Lord General Cassian Vaughn tried to spit at it. Blood spilled over his chin instead. Across the dying Voxnet, the drones continued their sermon. Compliance preserves life. Resistance wastes it. Vaughn looked past the drone, past the battlesuit, past the shattered windows of the command nave. Beyond the smoke, tow pylons were rising across the hive. Tall, pale structures unfolding like blades. Their emitters glowed blue. Around them, kneeling multitudes bowed beneath hovering guns, and imperial banners were dragged down from cathedral walls. The world had not fallen with a scream. It had been measured, marked, and corrected. Vaughn died hating the silence of it. Far below St. Barabbas, beneath reliquary vaults choked with the dead, beneath ossuary halls where the bones of saints had been cracked by seismic shock, beneath crypts older than the hive itself, the smoke did not reach. There, in the dark, stone trees stood carved along the walls. Their branches curled over tomb doors and sarcophagus lids, each leaf etched by artisans dead for thousands of years. Pilgrims had once come to pray among them, calling the place the Forest of Martyrs. Now corpses lay piled between the roots, guardsmen, priests, civilians, men who had crawled below seeking shelter and found only darkness before the killing followed them down. The air changed. Mist gathered where no wind blew. It curled around the dead stone trees and rolled across the floor in pale coils. The temperature fell. Frost formed on spilled blood. Somewhere impossibly distant, branches creaked in a forest that had never grown beneath Gilead Secundus. A small hooded figure stood beside a mound of corpses, silent and still, its face hidden in shadow. The watcher in the dark turned toward the mist. Something vast moved within it. Armor breathed like an ancient engine. A blade whispered against a scabbard. The shadows between the carved trees deepened, and the dead seemed to shrink from the presence walking among them. Behind the watcher came a giant in green, crowned by wrath, carrying the weight of old forests and older wars. The lion had come. The mist tasted of old leaves and ancient rain. It should not have existed beneath Gilead Secundus. There was no soil here, no living root, no sky from which rain could fall. There was only stone, iron, bone, and the heat of a murdered city pressing down through 1,000 meters of cathedral foundations. Yet the mist came all the same, curling around the carved trunks of dead stone trees, threading between sarcophagi, coiling over the boots of the slain. Lionel Johnson stepped from it without haste. For a moment, he did not know the world. His first breath brought incense, promethium, hot metal, old blood, fresh blood, human fear, Zeno's alloy, and the faintly sweet chemical stink of alien medici solvents. His second breath made sense of them. His eyes adjusted before the lumen strips above him could finish dying. The crypt became a map. Spent last cells lay scattered near the eastern stair, not dropped in panic, but fired dry, emptied by men who had fought until the last charge died in their weapons. Pulse burns scarred the walls in disciplined angles, clean circles of blackened stone and vitrified bone where alien fire had passed through flesh and continued onward. Civilian drag marks crossed the dust, broad streaks where bodies had been pulled aside and sorted. Some had been dragged toward the infirmary vaults. Others had been dragged toward a side passage where the blood was thicker and the footprints were not all human. Drone incision wounds marked the dead. The lion crouched beside one corpse without touching it. A militia captain, old fat beneath his flak coat, jaw clenched around a prayer bead. His throat had been opened by a needle blade too fine for a battlefield weapon. His rank pins had been removed. His pockets had been searched, not looted, catalogued. He rose. Above the ossuary arch, a statue of Saint Barabbas had been defaced, not smashed, not toppled. That would have been anger. The toe had covered the saint's eyes with a strip of pale blue cloth and hung a compliance seal from his broken sword hand. The gesture was almost polite. That made it worse. The lion looked upon the dead, upon the alien burns, upon the butchered icons, and felt no surprise. The galaxy had not improved in his absence. It had merely discovered new ways to justify slaughter. Small hooded shapes stood in the mist behind him. The watchers made no sound. They never did. Their silence had the quality of judgment, and in the crypt, their stillness seemed older than the stone. One stood beside a pile of dead children. Another watched the stairs. A third held something beneath its robe that glimmered faintly, though no light touched it. The surviving men saw them before they looked at him. There were not many survivors. A handful of guardsmen lay among the bodies, hidden beneath corpses or curled in devotional alcoves, breathing in shallow animal gasps. One tried to raise his laser gun when he saw the giant in green armor standing between the carved trees. His hands began to shake so violently the weapon's barrel clicked against the floor. Another whispered a prayer and pressed his face into the blood-slick stones. A third stared with wide eyes until red tears ran down his cheeks from burst vessels. None of them could look at the lion for long. The lumen candles guttered blue. Servo skulls drifting through the crypt lost cohesion in their flight patterns, bumping softly against pillars, their optic lenses flickering with static. One began reciting a funerary inventory in a child's voice before its machine spirit failed, and it dropped into the mist. The watchers did not move to avoid it. It struck the floor beside them and rolled to a stop, still whispering names. The lion crossed the crypt. His armor did not clatter. It moved like a hunting beast beneath plate, restrained power beneath relic ceramite. The Emperor's shield was heavy on his arm, its surface dull in the corpse light. Fealty rested in his grip, not raised, not flourished, merely present. The blade seemed to drink the gloom around it. A wounded guardsman lifted his head as the shadow fell across him. The man had lost both legs below the knee. Tourniquets had been tied with torn purity seals. One had failed. Blood pulsed weakly from beneath his thigh armor, each beat slower than the last. His helmet was gone. His hair was burned away on one side of his skull, his eyes fixed on the lion's face, and some ruined mechanism of faith inside him mistook what he saw for mercy. "My lord," the guardsman breathed, "I held. I swear by the throne, I held." Then they spoke through the angels. They said if we knelt, the wounded would live. I did not kneel. I did not. But the others. His words dissolved into a wet cough. The lion knelt beside him. The guardsman began to weep. "Forgive me." The lion listened until the man had enough breath to understand silence. "Enemy disposition," he said. The guardsman blinked. For a heartbeat, pain and hope warred across his face. Hope died first. Pain lingered. "Upper nave," he rasped. "Blue banners, drones on the columns, fire cast at the western transept, white battle suits near the governor's tomb. They took the Medici vaults. Command signals pulsing from the old choir loft. I saw the lights. Emperor, forgive us. I saw the lights, and I ran. Numbers. Patrol strength below, more above. Machines everywhere. They do not shout." The man shuddered. "They do not hate us." The lion said nothing. The guardsman reached for him with a trembling hand, fingers brushing the scorched green of his greave. "Are you his wrath?" The lion looked toward the stair, where blue light flickered in the incense haze. "I am older than wrath." The guardsman smiled as if that were benediction enough. His hand slipped from the armor. His chest rose once more, failed to fall properly, and went still. The lion closed his eyes. For the space between heartbeats, the crypt was gone. He heard the black forests of Caliban, the wet breath of things that hunted men for the joy of hearing them scream. He remembered red eyes between trees, claws in bark, the patience of beasts that knew darkness better than men knew prayer. He remembered being young and alone with a blade in his hand, learning that monsters were not defeated by courage. Courage only helped a man die facing them. Monsters were defeated by understanding how they killed. He opened his eyes. The first drones entered through the eastern stairwell in a smooth triangular sweep. Their grav motors hummed softly. Their lenses rotated. Thin red beams passed across corpses, walls, spent casings, the dead guardsman, then climbed the lion's armor. One drone chirped in clipped machine cant. A translation unit buried in its frame rendered the analysis in cold Gothic. Unknown transhuman mass anomaly, pattern inconsistent with Adeptus Astartes baseline, threat index recalculating, transmitting. It did not finish. Fealty moved. The lion crossed the distance before the drones completed their firing sequence. The sword cut through the first machine body, continued through the stone pillar behind it, and returned in a low sweep that opened two more drones from lens to engine core. Their wreckage fell in burning halves. A fourth darted upward, pulse carbine deploying from beneath its shell. The lion stepped through its line of fire, not away from it, and struck. The blade split the drone, clipped the edge of an archway, and sheared the carved hand from a saint without slowing. More came. Gun drones spilled down the stairwell, followed by a compact tow battlesuit, painted in muted grey. The suit's pilot fired burst cannon rounds in a tight pattern meant to fill the corridor, a net of fire designed for transhuman targets. The lion read the pattern in the first fraction of movement. He pivoted, shield rising. Rounds hammered the Emperor's shield and burst into sparks bright enough to paint the crypt white. He advanced through them. The battlesuit tried to retreat up the steps. Fealty punched through its chest plate, through pilot harness and alien bone, and out through the reactor housing at its back. The lion lifted the dying machine on the blade and slammed it into the stair wall hard enough to crack the stone. The pilot convulsed inside, sealed cockpit flooding with blood and coolant. The lion tore Fealty free and let the wreck fall. The crypt settled again into silence. Then the silence shifted. The lion heard it in the air, not sound. Absence shaped like intent, the smallest distortion of dust. the tremor of hidden weight adjusting on broken tiles, heat ghosts behind active camouflage, stealth suits. Their fields flickered in the incense haze, ghosts of angles and pale armor where nothing should stand. One moved to his left, one clung to the ceiling vault, one had circled behind the watchers, though the hooded figures gave no sign of noticing or caring. The lion did not turn toward the closest threat. He turned toward the one most certain it had not been detected. The fusion blast struck the Emperor's shield with the force of a sun being dragged into a fist. Stone boiled. Corpses became ash shadows. The wounded who had hidden among the dead died without sound, their bones flashing white and then gone. The shield took the blast and held. Its face burned gold. Runes flared like caged lightning. The lion drove forward. The reflected force broke the firing suit before his blade touched it. Its stealth field collapsed as its armor melted inward, cockpit glass running like wax. The pilot inside had time to scream once, a thin alien sound swallowed by the roar of its own reactor failure. The lion passed through the smoke and cut the ceiling ambusher down as it leapt. Fealty divided it from shoulder to hip. Two halves struck the floor, twitching, one side still trying to raise a weapon. The last stealth suit fled. It made 3 steps. The lion's blade took one leg at the knee. The suit crashed into a reliquary plinth, breaking open a saint's bone casket in a spray of dust and finger bones. The pilot inside fought to free himself, pulse pistol rising. The lion crushed the weapon beneath his boot. He tore the cockpit open with one hand. The fire warrior within was young by the standards of his species, though that meant little to the lion. His face was bloodied by impact. One black eye had ruptured. He looked up, breathing hard through broken mouthparts, and clutched at the symbol on his armor. "For the greater good," he said. The lion watched him. No threat remained in the pilot's hands. No secret would be given under fear that could not be taken from the machines above. No pain needed to be applied. The warrior had chosen his words and made of them a grave. "For the greater good," the toe repeated, louder, as if volume could make faith into armor. "Then die for it," said the lion. Fealty descended once. He left the corpse where it fell. The path to the nave climbed through darkness, past vaults turned into slaughter pens and ossuaries converted into alien survey chambers. Here the toe had been thorough. Imperial relics had been tagged, boxed, scanned or discarded. Skulls were stacked according to size, not sanctity. Reliquary metals had been weighed. Bones had been drilled for chemical sampling. Those too damaged to catalogue had been swept into corners with the rest of the refuse. The lion paused beside a mural of the Emperor triumphant over a kneeling galaxy. The Emperor's face had been covered by a blue compliance banner. Not torn down. Covered. As though history could be corrected by cloth. He climbed on. The cathedral nave opened above him like the ribcage of a murdered titan. Smoke drifted beneath the broken vault. Stained glass lay in glittering drifts across the floor, ground into blood by boots and battlesuit feet. Toe banners hung from the columns, pale blue and white against black stone. Imperial saints stood blinded beneath alien fabric. Servo skulls had been nailed to processional poles and repurposed as vox repeaters. Drones perched among the gargoyles, their lenses turning in slow arcs. The lion did not rage. Rage was heat. Heat distorted judgment. He studied. The banners were not decoration. Some concealed relay nodes. The drones perched at consistent intervals, overlapping Auspex coverage, but leaving a narrow blind approach between the third column and the shattered pulpit. The command signal pulsed from the choir loft, as the dying guardsman had said, but its rhythm carried secondary bursts toward the western transept. A false node, then, or a lure. The toe had disciplined hands. They would not leave the heart of their intelligence net in the most obvious place unless they wished it found. His gaze moved across the nave, and the ruin became angles, ranges, weaknesses, timings, a kill diagram. High above Gilead Secundus, aboard the clean white command sanctum of the Tau flagship, Aunel Kovash received the first report while standing before a hollow projection of the Hive Cathedral. The ethereal listened without visible disturbance as the machine translation recited losses. 3 patrol formations lost, 1 stealth team destroyed, drone telemetry corrupted by unknown interference, survivors absent, enemy unconfirmed. A Space Marine champion, Kovash said. His voice was soft. The Imperium spends its relics when frightened. Chasseur Kais Montier stood beside him, encased within the open command cradle of his battlesuit, sensor spines folded like dormant blades above his shoulders. He watched the broken fragments of drone footage in silence. A green giant, a blade flare, shield light, static, mist where no atmospheric condition allowed it. No, Kais Montier said. Kovash turned his narrow gaze upon him. You disagree? I withhold conclusion. Then pursue and contain. No, Kais Montier said again. Observation first. Layered containment. No isolated engagements. No honor response. No close pursuit. The ethereal's expression did not change, but the command crew stilled around them. Kais Montier enlarged the last clean frame. The unknown warrior was half-turned toward the drone, sword low, shield raised. Even blurred by damage, the image carried weight. Not symbolism, threat. This is not a warrior seeking escape, the commander said. This is a predator mapping its enclosure. Kovash considered the words, then inclined his head by the smallest measure. Proceed. On the surface, the lion stepped backward into mist that had not been there a moment before. The watchers came with him. The nave vanished. For an instant, there were trees. Not the carved stone trunks beneath Gilead, but black Calibanite giants rising into fog, their branches hooked like claws against a moonless sky. The ground beneath his boots was not ground, but memory. Something vast moved between the trunks, keeping pace with him, perhaps beside him, perhaps inside him. Then the mist opened behind the tow observation node. It occupied the upper choir loft, as he had expected and not expected. The visible signal had been false. The true intelligence station hung beneath the loft in a suspended cage of alien alloy, shielded by drone screens and guarded by fire warriors in white armor. Cogitator equivalents hummed. Hollow maps shimmered. Human prisoners knelt with data jacks forced into their skulls, their nervous systems used as translation buffers for Imperial encryption. The lion landed among them like the end of a sentence. The first fire warrior died before he turned. Fealty opened his torso and cut the pulse rifle of the next in half. The lion's shield smashed a drone aside with such force that it became shrapnel, shredding its own operators. Pulse fire crossed the chamber in blue lines. The lion moved between them, through them, beneath them. When shots struck, his armor took them, or the shield turned them aside. When bodies blocked him, he removed them. He killed the way old Caliban had taught him to kill. No flourish, no wasted fury. Every cut made the next cut easier. Every body fell where it would impede another. Every shattered console spilled sparks across a firing lane. Every dying alien became cover, obstruction, or message. A Fireblade commander raised a bonding knife and shouted something in Tau. The lion did not know the words. He knew command posture when he saw it. He crossed the chamber, took the commander's arm at the elbow, then his head at the neck, and let both fall onto the central hollow table. The intelligence station died around him. He cut the data spines from the ceiling. He crushed the relay core beneath the Emperor's shield. He severed the prisoner jacks with enough precision that most of the humans died quickly instead of screaming long. One lived for several seconds, mouth opening and closing soundlessly, eyes fixed on the giant in green. The lion looked at him. There was nothing to ask. Nothing useful remained. The man died. When it was done, the suspended cage swung gently over the cathedral nave, dripping sparks, blood and coolant. Of all the drones in the chamber, the lion left one alive. Its grav motor whined, Its lens cracked across the center. It tried to rise, failed, and spun weakly on the floor. The lion crouched before it. His face filled the broken lens. "Tell your masters," he said. "The forest has teeth." He stood and was gone before the transmission completed. The message reached the TOW flagship through static and bursts of corrupted pict feed. Kais Monteur watched it once without speaking. Then again. Then a third time. The command sanctum remained silent around him. Even the aircast liaison ceased whispering into his helm link. Arnold Kovash stood beneath the pale light of the hollow display, hands folded within his robes, expression serene. The cracked drone image froze on the green giant's face. The ethereal studied it. "Is it a space marine?" Kovash asked. Kais Monteur did not answer immediately. He magnified the image until it dissolved into static, then reduced it again. The blade, the shield, the movement pattern that no drone prediction engine could reconcile. The way the warrior looked not at the lens, but through it, as if he had already found the mind on the far side. "No," Kais Monteur said at last. The ethereal waited. Kais Monteur looked upon the frozen image and felt, for the first time since the Karen Vale campaign began, the faint outline of a battlefield he had not chosen. That is what space marines are made from. The patient blade did not tremble when worlds burned beneath it. That was one of the things Chasseur Viola Kais Monteur respected about the vessel. Imperial ships groaned like wounded beasts. Their bulkheads sweated oil. Their corridors stank of incense, rust, recycled breath, and fear. They were monuments to decay, pretending to be engines of conquest. The patient blade was different. It moved through high orbit above Gilead Secundus in disciplined silence, its hull pale against the planet's smoke-wrapped curve, its internal systems humming with the serene confidence of a blade already drawn. Below, the hive cathedral world bled. Above, the TOW Empire measured the wound. Kais Monteur stood within the command amphitheater, his battlesuit locked into its cradle by gravitic clamps and neural command veins. Sensor threads rested against the back of his skull. Data flowed through him in clean streams. He saw the world below through drones, Manta gunships, orbital augers, Pathfinder feeds, Firecast helm lenses, and the pale red pulse of human distress signals dying one by one. He saw supply routes, atmospheric burn patterns, casualty clusters, munition expenditure, civilian density, rebellion probability, and harvestable infrastructure value. The Guela thought war was fire and courage. They were wrong. War was information forced to become obedience. The amphitheater around him was arranged by caste and purpose. Firecast commanders stood in a crescent of armored restraint, their helmets mag-locked at their hips, their faces hard and still beneath the cold light of the hololithic sphere. Each represented a hunter cadre, an armored interdiction wing, a battlesuit reserve, a Pathfinder network, a line-breaker contingent, or a pacification district. Their war councils did not shout. They issued short assessments, received correction, and folded new losses into the next calculation. Beyond them, Earth-cast weapons adepts worked within logic shrines of white metal and humming crystal, their hands moving over floating control surfaces. They murmured to engines, rail capacitors, drone minds, and targeting spirits with the reverence of artisans who did not believe in souls, but behaved as if machines deserved courtesy. Their altars held no candles. Their offerings were efficiency curves, heat tolerances, recoil harmonics, and predicted failure rates. The watercast occupied the compliance galleries on the upper tier, surrounded by translation drones and captive imperial archives. Their robes were clean. Their voices remained soft, even when ordering the disposal of cities. They reviewed sermons, ration schedules, revised planetary histories, and execution broadcasts, with the patient care of gardeners pruning diseased growth. To them, conquest was not a battle won. It was a memory rewritten until the conquered thanked the hand around their throat. Aircast officers hung in suspension couches near the vaulted ceiling, long-limbed and hollow-boned, their eyes covered by flight lenses as they guided fleet movements with murmured corrections. Their voices were thin, almost ghostly, passing between escorts, mantas, barracudas, drone screens, gravitic pickets, and orbital rail platforms. They thought in vectors and burned paths. They did not look down at the dead unless the dead altered flight conditions. At the center of them all, beneath a canopy of serene blue light, stood Arnold Tau Kovash. The ethereal did not command in the way generals commanded. He did not raise his voice. He did not threaten. He simply existed, and around him every function of the patient blade aligned. Firecast aggression became patience. Earthcast invention became restraint. Watercast ambition became doctrine. Aircast distance became service. His presence was not loud enough to be called tyranny. It was worse than tyranny. It was order so complete that disobedience seemed biologically vulgar. Kais Montoya distrusted comfort. He distrusted zeal as well. Yet even he felt the smoothing of thought in the ethereal's presence, the quiet pressure to shape violence into purpose and purpose into the greater good. The Karen veil rotated beneath the hololithic sphere. 7 worlds glowed within the projection, each surrounded by icons of compliance, resistance, extraction, and sterilization. Gilead Secundus burned in amber. Barak Tertius, the forge moon, pulsed red along its manufacturum belts. Pelion's Hope, an agri-world of wide oceans and fungal grain fields, showed soft yellow along its equator, where imperial priests had incited rural militia to poison water plants rather than permit distribution under TOE supervision. 3 hive moons were marked with black fire. Glyphs, their upper atmospheres crowded by ash columns and weaponized debris. Scores of void stations blinked between ownership states as boarding cadres, human auxiliaries, and automated drones fought through corridors too narrow for battlesuits. 14 billion humans were in the process of reclassification. The number did not move Kais Montier. Numbers were useful only when disciplined by category. Labor viable, military auxiliary viable, medical salvage, technical salvage, nutritional support requirement, ideological contamination, irredeemable priest caste influence, probable insurgent, confirmed insurgent, dependent population, hostage value, breeding continuity under observation, atmospheric burden, transport burden, propaganda utility, execution utility. The Gwela had once been subjects of an empire, now they were variables. Porel Dalith Sakan stepped into the lower light, his head bowed first to Kovash, then to the assembled commanders. The water-cast envoy's robes bore no blood, though Kais Montier knew the orders passing through his hands had killed more humans than most fire-cast cadres on the surface. Sakan's face held the polished sorrow he wore for broadcast work, the expression that told frightened populations he regretted their pain while arranging its most efficient use. "The first cathedral districts are stabilizing," Satan said. "Food release has reduced riot probability by 39 per 100 in the eastern Habstacks. Medical drones have performed beyond expectation. Resistance spikes persist in districts where ecclesiarchy structures remain intact, or where surviving guard officers have not been publicly corrected." "Corrected," muttered one of the Firecast sub-commanders. Sakan inclined his head. "Executed, Chassel, when the audience requires clarity. Corrected, when the audience requires hope." Kais Montier watched the envoy highlight a sequence of picked feeds. In one, human children received nutrient paste from hovering drones beneath a newly raised Tau banner. In another, an imperial confessor was made to kneel in a public square, while a watercast speaker recited the crimes of obstruction, ration hoarding, sedition, and spiritual contamination. The priest spat blood onto the white platform. A pulse pistol ended him. The crowd recoiled. Then the ration gates opened. Sakan touched the image gently, as if stroking a wound closed. Imperial citizens respond best to food, warmth, and public executions of their old masters, he said. Remove the priest, feed the child, arm the father, and the Aquila becomes a memory in one generation. No one in the amphitheater objected. Kais Montia did not object because the assessment was sound. He had seen it across border worlds, mining colonies and broken void stations. The Imperium ruled through hunger, fear, and inherited guilt. Remove hunger first, redirect fear second, replace guilt with usefulness. The human animal was stubborn, violent, and superstitious, but it loved its offspring, feared pain, and obeyed patterns. Give it new patterns, and time would do what fire could not. Arnold Kovash raised one hand. The amphitheater quieted until even the logic shrines seemed to lower their hum. District 17 through 23 remain non-compliant, the ethereal said. Sakan bowed. Yes, honored Arnold. Sealed hab-block clusters, estimated population 1 million, with priest-led resistance networks and surviving militia formations embedded among dependents. Firecast entry would be costly. Starvation would take 7 days. Negotiation projections are poor. Rebellion spreads faster than hunger, Kovash said. Yes, honored one. Withdraw atmosphere. The order entered the room like a blade slipping between ribs. Kais Montia studied the relevant district feed. Hab-block towers, each one a vertical city of rust and sanctified stone, their windows sealed against chemical smoke. Human heat signatures clustered in corridors, chapels, crawl spaces, and generator halls. 1 million lives, too many to storm cleanly, too contaminated to leave intact. Useful as an example, dangerous as a seed. The command deck bowed. No one called it murder. Earthcast operators relayed the order. Aircast officers adjusted orbital monitoring. Watercast scribes began drafting the explanation before the dead had begun to choke. Sakan's hands moved over his translation slate. Cause of correction? He asked softly. Kovash did not look away from the hololithic world. Quarantine failure, regrettable but necessary. Emphasize that neighboring compliant districts will receive additional air filtration and food. As you will. Kais Montia watched the atmosphere extraction begin. There were no flames, no heroic last charge, no screams reached orbit. Pressure dropped in sealed towers, floor by floor, corridor by corridor. The heat signatures became frantic, then clustered, then still. In one chapel, thousands pressed together around an altar until their bodies made a single pulsing thermal mass. It cooled slowly. The greater good did not require hatred. That was why it endured. A new presence entered the amphitheater from the Earthcast gallery, accompanied by 4 drones carrying a sealed projection core. Fioo Borkan Tashvar was short even for his caste, wide of shoulder, his pale work mantle marked by burns from rail capacitors and plasma induction systems. One of his hands was natural. The other was an articulate tool assembly that clicked softly when he bowed. Honored Arnold, Chassot, the array is ready for command demonstration. Kais Montia shifted within his cradle. Proceed. The projection core opened. A lattice of orbital weapons unfolded above the Karan Vale map. Rail accelerators, gravitic stabilizers, drone prediction engines, battlesuit-laced targeting relays, seeker logic webs, Manta carried triangulation nodes, surface beacon teams. It was not one weapon, but a system, a net cast between sky and ground, each strand designed to hold a target still long enough for impossible force to pass through it. The Godslayer array, Tashavar said. A Firecast commander clicked his tongue once. An imprecise name. A human name, Tashavar replied. Useful for translation. It was designed to terminate super-heavy Imperial assets under active void shielding. Knights, God engines, capital fortress walkers, Titans, if the Gwela deploy them within a predictable theater. The projection showed a simulated Imperial knight stride across a blasted plain. Marker lights touched its ion shield from 3 directions. Battlesuit relays pulsed. Orbital rails aligned. The shot fell from the void and passed through the machine from helm to reactor. The night became light, then wreckage, then a crater filled with molten adamantium. Several Firecast officers murmured approval. Kais Montoya did not. His eyes rested on a different image, isolated on a side pane. The green armored giant from the cathedral crypt. The transmission had been degraded by static and impossible interference. The enemy stood before the drone lens, blade low, shield on his arm, the corpses of Firecast warriors and broken machines behind him. The image should have been crude. It was not. Something about the figure made scale difficult. A space marine was a known terror, a measurable terror. This warrior turned measurement into insult. "Run the Cathedral Deltor engagement footage," Kais Montoya said. The amphitheater darkened. Drone pics played in sequence. The unknown warrior emerged from mist. Drones marked him. Threat categories failed. Fealty moved. Machines fell apart. A battlesuit fired. The shield caught the impacts. A stealth team engaged. One fusion blast should have vaporized any infantry target and crippled most armored vehicles. The shield returned enough force to turn the firing suit into molten ruin. The warrior advanced through concealment as though he heard camouflage breathing. His blade work was not fast in the way battlesuit movement was fast. It was inevitable. It began before the target understood the motion and ended with the target no longer useful to reality. A drone prediction engine attempted to overlay probable trajectories. The lines multiplied, tangled, and collapsed. Again, again, again. Failure glyphs appeared around the image. Tashavar leaned forward. His swordwork collapses local probability modeling, not because it lacks pattern, because the pattern changes with each observer input. He reads our response before we complete it. Biological impossibility, said an Earthcast analyst. Kais Montoya kept watching. No, merely inconvenient. The footage shifted to the Emperor's shield receiving the fusion blast. Return force. Calculations flared red across the projection. Unacceptable reflection outcomes, Tashavar said. Direct heavy fire may destroy nearby assets if engaged too closely. Convergent fire from multiple angles is advised. Saturation, atmospheric collapse, immobilization, void strike if confirmed stationary. A younger Chassel spoke from the Firecast Crescent. A massed battlesuit spearhead could overwhelm him. No, Kais Montoya said. The word was quiet. It ended the proposal. The younger commander stiffened. Chassel, you are imagining a duel enlarged by numbers. That is still a duel. Kais Montoya highlighted the frame in which the unknown warrior had looked into the drone lens. Do not duel him. Do not honor him. Do not test cadre pride against him. Drown him. Blind him. Deny him rest, space, certainty and purpose. Kill what he protects. Burn what he requires. Force him to spend time as if it were blood. Arnold Kovash looked at him with mild interest. You believe him to be more than an Astartes champion. I believe the Imperium is irrational enough to follow symbols and old enough to have buried weapons we do not understand. And this one? Kais Montoya watched the giant vanish into mist. This one is a weapon that remembers being a king. Kovash accepted the answer without visible concern, then shaped the field so that kingship becomes a weakness. Kais Montoya bowed his head. Kauyon protocols. The order moved through the patient blade, not as panic, not as alarm, as doctrine. Across the Karen Vale, cadres shifted from conquest rhythm to hunter patience. Pathfinder teams received new priority targets. Drone swarms altered their flight paths. Stealth teams were forbidden independent engagement. Civilian concentrations near likely Imperial rescue corridors were reclassified as pressure assets. Captured Vox codes were collated. Astropathic distress patterns were studied. Imperial shrine geography was overlaid with probable transhuman insertion doctrine. Deathwatch, Adeptus Astartes, Unforgiven, Dark Angels, successor chapters, teleport assault, Terminator reserves, Raven-wing pursuit formations. Every known fragment entered the net. Kai's Montier shaped the trap with patient hands. The unknown warrior had shown preferences. He had spared some surrendered humans and killed those who continued resistance. He had destroyed intelligence assets before supply nodes. He had used impossible movement, but still emerged where violence had meaning. He was not random. He was not a beast. He could be baited, not with fear, but with necessity. Prepare false distress sequences, Kai's Montier said. Astartes encrypted structure, partial authenticity. Use captured Dark Angel's Vox fragments from the lower crypt engagement. We have limited samples, said a signals adept. Imperfection increases credibility. A perfect distress call is a snare. A wounded one is a brother dying in static. Sakan looked up from his slate. The watercast can support the operation with system-wide messaging. A surrender offer, perhaps. Terms sufficiently generous to create conflict within Imperial command structures. Kovash inclined his head. Speak them. Sakan began composing aloud, voice already assuming the cadence of broadcast compassion. To the worlds of the Karen Vale, the Toe Empire extends protection to all populations willing to enter lawful compliance. Food, medicine, water purification, and limited local worship will be preserved under supervision. Military personnel who disarm will be processed without reprisal, provided they submit to oath review and ideological cleansing. Civil authorities who cooperate will retain administrative function under watercast guidance. He paused, eyes flicking through casualty and resistance projections. Any world, hive, fortress, shrine, vessel or population cluster sheltering the green-armored transhuman insurgents will be judged an active combatant. Atmospheric denial, ration interdiction, and orbital correction will follow. Compliance preserves life. Resistance wastes it. Kovash smiled faintly. Release it. The offer spread. From the patient blade to relay drones. From relay drones to occupied moons, burning hives, and frightened void stations. It entered Imperial Vox channels as a calm infection. It played over corpse-filled avenues where Topilon glowed above kneeling crowds. It reached sealed habs where men listened beside dying ventilation systems. It reached trenches where guardsmen fixed bayonets with shaking hands. It reached nobles hiding beneath palaces and priests hiding behind the poor. It reached the dead too, playing from speakers above streets where no one remained alive to obey. Kai's Montier listened to the broadcast only once. Propaganda was not his art. It was a useful weapon, but too soft to trust without guns behind it. Summon the Kroot. A ripple of distaste moved through the watercast gallery. No one gave it voice. The chamber doors opened below the amphitheater, and Shaper Grek entered with 3 of his kindred. The Kroot made the clean deck seem suddenly dishonest. They were tall, wiry, avian and reptilian at once, their quills bound with bone charms and scraps of armor. Grek wore a cloak stitched from flayed imperial greatcoats, its buttons still attached. A necklace of cracked finger bones hung across his chest. His rifle was long, ugly, and lovingly maintained. There was dried blood beneath his claws. He inhaled as he entered, tasting the air. "Too clean," he rasped in thick Gothic. "Your sky nest smells like metal that has never eaten." Kai's Montier regarded him without expression. "You are contracted for Underhive pursuit. Target class, Adeptus Astartes. Unknown superior variant may be encountered. Engagement is observation, unless survival permits attack." Grek's quills rose. "Metal knights. Yes. I have eaten men in little armor, men in big armor, men who spit acid, men who keep fighting after gut open." His beak clicked. The dark green ones taste of old oaths. Bitter meat. Several Firecast officers looked toward Kai's Montier. He allowed the Kroot to continue. The carnivore understood things machines sometimes missed. Fear, scent, the animal truth of a battlefield after the banners fell. "You will track them," Kais Montia said. "You will report their movement. You will not waste yourself in glory." Grek gave a harsh rasp that might have been amusement. "Glory is for prey that needs songs. I need flesh. You will be compensated." "I will take hearts of the metal knights," Grek said. "I will learn their strength through meat. If the big green king comes, I will smell him before your drones see him." Kais Montia studied the Shaper carefully. "If the big green king comes, you will withdraw." Grek's eyes shone black. "No." The Firecast commanders stiffened. Grek leaned forward, predatory delight in the motion. "I will run. There is difference." For the first time that cycle, Kais Montia felt something close to approval. "See that you remember it." The Kroot withdrew, leaving the faint stink of old blood behind them. The trap continued to form. Captured Dark Angel's encryption was crude, incomplete, and damaged by loyalist purge codes, but the signals cast found enough fragments to build a ghost, a distress pattern, a dying warrior, a half-transmitted coordinate string leading not to a true prisoner site, but to the remains of a transit cathedral whose vaults had been seeded with drones, battlesuit kill teams, rail rifle nests, and human captives wired to explosive collars. The human captives were unnecessary for the signal. They were necessary for the target. Kais Montia reviewed the final transmission. Static. Breath. A low voice distorted by helm damage. "Unforgiven elements. This is Brother Asmodeus of the 5th, ambushed below St. Barabbas. Deathwing codes compromised. Gene seed at risk. Enemy preparing extraction. Coordinates follow. By the Lion. Answer." The name had been chosen from captured data, without full context. Kais Montia saw the reaction metrics spike among Imperial prisoners forced to hear it. Good. Names were keys. The Imperium chained itself to them willingly. Aunel Kovash listened beside him. Will he believe it? No, Kais Montia said. Then why send it? Because disbelief does not erase obligation. The Ethereal considered this, then nodded. You understand them well. I understand that they are predictable when wounded in the correct place. The transmission left the patient blade wrapped in static, bleeding through corrupted Imperial Vox channels, echoing across the corpse-choked cathedral hive, crawling into broken command shrines and dead relay towers until it reached the nave of St. Barabbas. There, beneath shattered saints and alien banners, the Lion stood among the remains of the Toe observation node he had butchered. Around him, the cathedral burned in blue and orange light. Drones circled at distances they believed safe. The Watchers waited in the shadows between pillars, their hoods turned toward the Vox grill fixed into a broken cherub's mouth. The false distress call hissed into the ruin. By the Lion, answer. The Primarch listened until the coordinates repeated. His face did not change. He knew bait when he heard it. The words were wrong in ways the Tau could not understand. The rhythm of the oath was imperfect. The pain in the voice was assembled, not endured. The trap lay beneath the signal like a blade beneath cloth. The Watcher nearest his boot looked up at him. The Lion drew fealty. In the cathedral darkness, the blade whispered free. Sound the hunt, he said. Then the old beast went to spring the snare. The rock entered the Karen Vale, like a judgment that had forgotten the meaning of mercy. Reality tore open before it. Warp light bled across the void in bruised colors, then died beneath the black shadow of the fortress monastery as it translated back into real space. It did not arrive alone. Strike cruisers came with it, their prows shaped like blades and cathedrals, their hulls dark green beneath layers of sanctified armor plate. Battle barges followed, vast and solemn, their lance batteries still warm from passage through the immaterium. Escort frigates scattered outward in disciplined formations. Mechanicus supply hulks dragged chains of fuel barges and ammunition vaults behind them like penitent beasts. Ships of the unforgiven translated in their wake. successor heraldry burning across their flanks in cold heraldic light, each vessel answering an oath older than the Imperium's lies and deeper than any chapter record dared admit. Azrael stood upon the strategium of the rock and watched the Kharan veil unfold before him. The hololithic sphere filled the chamber with dying worlds. Gilead Secundus burned beneath a skin of smoke and alien order. Barak Tertius flashed with forge fires and orbital signatures. Pelion's hope glowed beneath bands of atmospheric disruption. Between them hung debris fields, shattered void stations, burning pilgrim barges, drifting defense monitors, and the clean, cold geometries of the tow fleet. Blue icons moved with predatory discipline through the void, never clumping, never posturing, never offering the grand mass target Imperial wrath preferred. The rock did not tremble. It had survived treachery, ages of hidden war, the weight of secrets buried in its vaults, and the storms of the Great Rift. Yet Azrael felt something inside himself shift as the last astropathic confirmation crawled across the command dais. The lion was alive. The lion was planet-side. The lion was already at war. Azrael had known the truth. He had knelt before his gene father. He had heard that voice in the flesh, and not through myth, relic, oath, or chapel echo. Yet knowledge was not armor against reality. Every fresh confirmation wounded him anew. For 10,000 years the Dark Angels had endured by concealment, ritual, layered command, hidden judgment and patient lies, told even to brothers who had earned trust with blood. The chapter had become a fortress of silence. Its strength was discipline, its curse was memory, its law was secrecy. Then the lion had returned and walked through all of it, as if 10,000 years of chapter habit were cobwebs across an old forest path. He did not ask permission. He did not explain himself to councils. He did not bow before the rituals that had grown in the long absence of his shadow. He simply went where war required him. That was what terrified Azrael. Not that his father had changed, that perhaps he had not. The strategium's vaulted ceiling vanished into darkness above banners taken from dead worlds. Servo skulls drifted between brass data lecterns. Hooded serfs moved in silence, carrying parchment orders sealed with wax and blood. Tech marines stood beside cogitator banks, their red armor lit by green and blue hololith light, their mechadendrites moving over rune keys as machine spirits woke to battle. Chaplains waited among the strategium columns, skull helms turned toward the projected war, Crozius heads resting against their breastplates. Interrogator Chaplain Malrek stood closest to Azrael. Malrek's skull helm was fashioned in a severe old pattern, the eye lenses burning red. His black armor was covered in parchment, chains, bone reliquaries, and tiny iron cages containing ash from confessed traitors. He had not removed his helm since translation. Azrael suspected he had been speaking litanies beneath his breath from the moment the lion's signal had been received. "Confirmation is absolute," said Master Barakiel from the Vox Dais. "The Primarch's command cipher has been recognized. Secondary verification from surface auspex is corrupted by Xenos interference, but the seal is his." Azrael kept his gaze on Gilead Secundus. "I know." Malrek's helm turned slightly. "Then we descend. We assess first. The Gene Sire is engaged. The Gene Sire is baiting an enemy we do not yet understand." Malrek's Crozius clicked against the deck as his gauntlet tightened. "He is the lion." Azrael turned then, slowly. Around them the strategium quieted. Not fully. The machinery still hummed. Vox traffic still whispered. But every warrior within earshot heard the weight in the pause. "Yes," Azrael said, "and we are the sons left to pay the cost of his wars." No one challenged him. No one needed to. The words were not rebellion. They were truth. Deep within the rock, the Deathwing prepared for teleportation. Azrael watched them through a dozen picked feeds, each image rendered in ritual monochrome by the armory's old machine spirits. Bone-white Terminator plate, stood in ranks beneath arches of black iron. Veteran serfs moved among the warriors with sensors, oil flasks, and weapon chains. Tech marines walked the lines, blessing storm shields, thunderhammer power cores, assault cannon feed mechanisms, and cyclone missile racks. Plasma coils were inspected. Relic blades were drawn an inch from their scabbards and whispered to before being sealed again. Maces of absolution were lifted by robed attendants and returned to gauntlets large enough to crush a mortal skull without effort. The Deathwing Knights said little. Their armor carried oaths, etched in high Gothic and old Calibanite script. Some inscriptions were visible, honor rolls and battle names, victories bought in blood and silence. Others were concealed beneath plates or hidden along inner surfaces, known only to the inner circle, to the wearer, and to the dead men who had confessed before vanishing into the chapter's deepest dark. Their robes hung heavy over ceramite. Their hoods shadowed helms shaped like ancient judgment. They looked less like soldiers than tomb statues about to remember motion. Brother Sergeant Arias knelt before his squad's teleport Homer. A chaplain touched the winged sword upon Arias's pauldron. "Speak thy oath." Arias's voice came through the picked feed, distorted by helm grill and chamber echo. "I go where light fails. I strike where honor commands. I die with secrets unbroken." The chaplain answered, "The lion sees." The knights replied as one, "The lion judges." The feed shifted. In the launch vaults of the Raven Wing, black armor roared to life. Engines howled beneath vault doors painted with hunt sigils. Bike squadrons lined in aggressive ranks, their riders hunched like executioners over machines that snarled and spat exhaust. Land speeders hovered above launch rails, assault cannons rotating in test bursts. Storm speeder crews sealed canopies. Dark Talon and Nephilim pilots received final rites from robed chaplains, while servitors fed missiles into wing racks. Plasma talons glowed. Multi-melters locked forward. Black banners snapped in the artificial wind of engine wash. Master Corvain of the Raven Wing stood beside his bike, helm beneath one arm, face carved by old scars and older suspicion. His voice came over the command channel. "Raven Wing elements ready. We hunt marker teams, Auspex relays, and mobile command nodes. We isolate the prey." Azrael nodded, though Corvain could not see him. "Enable the hammer blow." "By your command, Supreme Grandmaster." The first launch gates opened. Raven Wing craft screamed from the rock into the void, black shapes pouring from the fortress monastery's flanks like arrows loosed from a dead god's bow. They dove toward Gilead Secundus, punching through ash cloud and flak interference, scattering into pursuit patterns as tow drones rose to meet them. Their task was not glory. It was sight. Find the marker lights. Find the hidden observers. Kill the eyes, and the Deathwing would take the head. Azrael watched them fall. Then the argument he had known was coming began. Guevesa formations have been identified in 3 surface theaters, Malrek said. Human auxiliaries under Xenos command, armed, organized, deployed against Imperial positions. Azrael did not look away from the hololith. "I have seen the reports. They are traitors. Some were conquered yesterday. They carry weapons today. Coercion is not devotion." Malrek stepped closer. "Weakness often dresses itself in distinctions, Lord. A man who kneels to the alien should be burned before he teaches another how comfortable the posture can become." Azrael's jaw tightened. In another age, before the lion's return, he might have answered as Malrek wished. The Unforgiven had never been gentle in matters of betrayal. Their mercy was rare enough to be mistaken for error. Yet the Karen Vale was not a hunt for the fallen. It was a war of billions. Hunger could make cowards. Threats to children could make men wear any badge pressed into their hands. Xenos chains could be invisible until the moment a collar lit blue and killed the hesitant. He hated the hesitation in himself. Malrek sensed it. Chaplains always sensed fractures. "Total purgation," Malrek said. "No auxiliaries spared, no converts retained, No polluted regiments reclaimed, burn them clean, and let the Emperor sort ash from ash. Before Azrael could answer, the Strategium Vox snapped open. No herald announced him. No honor guard preceded the signal. No ritual code asked leave to enter the Supreme Grand Master's command space. The lion's voice filled the chamber. A man forced to kneel may yet stand. Every dark angel in the Strategium froze. Azrael felt the words strike harder than any accusation. The voice came through distortion and battlefield interference, yet it carried the weight of a blade laid flat against the throat. A man who fires on his kin has chosen. Malrek bowed his skull helm. Azrael lowered his head, though the lion was not there to see it. "Father," he said. There was no warmth in the reply, no reunion, no recognition that this was the first time the chapter had gone to war with its Primarch in the open void, since ages had turned to dust. "Coordinates follow," the lion said. "Enemy has established a false distress lure within the central transit cathedral. It will be defended in depth. The toes seek to measure our response, give them what they want, then make the cost instructive." Azrael looked up. "You intend us to spring the trap. I intend them to believe the trap has closed. Enemy strength? Insufficient." The channel clicked dead. For a moment, no one breathed loudly enough to be heard. Then the Void War began in earnest. The Tau did not answer the arrival of the Unforgiven with pride. They did not mass for a decisive exchange. They did not form battle lines beneath banners or drive their fleet into the guns of the rock. They dispersed. Blue icons scattered across the hololith as the Korvatra elements split into layered kill distances. Drone screens bloomed ahead of their warships, small signatures multiplying by the hundreds until Auspec's returns became a storm of lies. Orbital mines woke among the debris fields, their gravitic anchors dragging them into new patterns. Rail batteries hidden on dead moons powered up and vanished again behind distortion fields. Gravitic interference rippled across the approaches, bending targeting locks by fractions that mattered at Void War range. The first rail lance crossed the void before any Imperial captain reported a clean target. It struck the Dark Angel's strike cruiser, Oath of Caliban amidships. Azrael saw the ship die in sections. The lance entered through the forward chapel, where Battle Brothers and Mortal Crew had been at prayer before launch. It passed through the reliquary wall, through banks of stasis-sealed bones, through HIM engines, through armory vaults where bolt shells and plasma flasks detonated in chained fury, then into the reactor spine. The shot was so clean, the ship did not explode at once. It opened along its length like a carcass cut by a butcher who knew the anatomy well. Atmosphere vented in white plumes. Bodies came with it, hundreds first, then thousands. Serfs, servitors, armsmen, chapter thralls, tech marines, battle brothers torn apart by decompression and internal fire. Hymnal pages burst into space, fluttering briefly in escaping air before freezing and scattering like pale insects. Burning incense globules drifted beside severed hands and fragments of green ceramite. The ship's machine spirit wailed across the command net, a sound like a cathedral choir being crushed beneath stone. "Oath of Caliban reports catastrophic breach," said Barakiel, voice tight despite his discipline. "Reactor containment failing. They request permission to continue firing." Azrael stared at the dying ship. Granted. The Oath of Caliban turned with half its engines dead and fired one broadside before its reactor consumed it. Macro shells and lance beams tore through a distant drone screen, killing machines, decoys, perhaps one escort hiding behind them. Then the strike cruiser's spine split. The blast lit the void green and gold, and another line of names joined the chapter's unending ledger. "Launch boarding torpedoes," Azrael said. "Thunderhawk wings to attack vector penitents. Ravenwing atmospheric elements continue descent. Deathwing teleport reserves to stand ready." The orders went out. The Unforgiven obeyed. Boarding torpedoes fired from battle barges and strike cruisers. Iron coffins hurled through the void toward tow vessels that were already moving away. Thunderhawks launched in attack waves, escorted by fighters, their hulls painted with winged swords and kill scripture. The Rock's lance batteries charged, each weapon a cathedral organ of annihilation, each discharge bright enough to cast shadows across the strategium floor. The tower refused to be where Wrath arrived. Mantas swept in from oblique vectors, vast and pale, releasing missile storms before banking away behind drone clouds. Barracudas flashed between debris fields, their guns stabbing at Thunderhawk formations. Seeker missiles awakened from dormant pods, hidden among orbital wreckage, striking Imperial craft from angles the pilots could not curse before dying. Boarding torpedoes chased false signatures, slammed into empty decoy hulls, or vanished beneath coordinated rail fire. A Thunderhawk named Sword of Nemiel took a missile through its cockpit and continued forward blind for 5 seconds, its machine spirit screaming, before a second strike opened its troop bay. Armored bodies spilled into the void, some still alive, some firing bolters into nothing as they spun away. Another Thunderhawk reached knife range of a Tau escort, only for the escort to vent decoy plasma and roll aside, leaving the gunship to collide with a mine that turned it into expanding scrap. Azrael's gauntleted hand closed around the lion helm at his side. The Xenos would not offer a heroic duel. They would not permit righteous fury to strike home merely because it burned hot. They fought like surgeons cutting nerves. They bled the Imperial formation from distance, forcing every advance to spend lives before reaching blade range. Malrek watched the hololith beside him. Cowards. No, Azrael said. They are soldiers. The chaplain's skullhelm turned toward him. Do not mistake my meaning, Azrael said. They are Xenos. They will be destroyed, but contempt is not a shield. Another alert chimed. Ravenwing elements had entered the upper atmosphere of Gilead Secundus. Azrael brought the feed forward. Black bikes screamed through ash storms, engines leaving burning wakes across dead avenues. Marker lights flashed from hab towers and shattered bell spires. Ravenwing riders split, banked, hunted. Plasma talons answered blue with white. A land speeder slid between 2 broken saint statues and turned a pathfinder nest into a blossom of fire. A storm speeder took a rail rifle hit through its starboard engine, spun, and crashed into a Tau drone tower, killing itself and the enemy eye in the same detonation. Corvain's voice came through bursts of static. Marker teams confirmed in the eastern transept ruins. Engaging. Enemy drones redeploying in depth. They expected us. Of course they did, Azrael murmured. The Lion's private channel opened again. This time, the signal carried no command authentication delay. It simply existed in Azrael's helm, as if the Primarch had never needed the chapter's permission to speak within its warplate. Azrael. The Supreme Grand Master stepped away from the command dais. He did not know why, until he found himself alone between 2 strategium columns, half hidden from the rest by hanging banners. Perhaps some part of him still needed privacy to hear his father's voice. Perhaps some part of him hear his father's voice was ashamed of that need. My lord, the Deathwing are to translate into the central transit cathedral, not the outer chapels, not the plaza, the heart. That is the center of the lure. Yes, they will have prepared overlapping fire. Yes, they intend to map our teleportation signatures. They will. Azrael closed his eyes for the span of one breath. Then we are giving them blood and knowledge. We are giving them a shape to fear. The answer was very nearly cruel enough to be beautiful. Azrael looked toward the hololith, where Oath of Caliban still burned in fragments. How many must we spend? As many as the war requires. There it was. No comfort, no apology, no pretending that sons were not being fed into alien guns. The Lion had returned from myth, and myth had not softened him. He was not Gilliman, building with law and sorrow. He was not a saint stepping from a chapel window. He was Caliban's answer to the dark between trees, a monster that hunted worse monsters. Azrael lowered himself to one knee. No one saw. The banners hid him. The command deck roared on without him. Ships burned. Men died. The chapter's fate turned beneath his hands. "By your will, Father," he said. The reply came at once. "By necessity." The channel died. Azrael rose. When he returned to the dais, his voice held iron enough that even Malrek inclined his skull helm. Deathwing assault authorized. Primary translation locus, Central Transit Cathedral. Secondary reserves held aboard the Rock until my command. Ravenwing to maintain pressure on Markerlight teams. Fleet elements continue engagement, but do not overextend. The Tau wish us angry. Deny them the satisfaction. The teleportarium deep within the rock awakened. Power climbed through ancient coils. Tech marines sang in Binharic monotone. Serfs bled from their ears as pressure built. Incense burned in thick clouds around the bone-white ranks. Brother Sergeant Arias stood at the center of his squad. Thunderhammer mag locked across his back. Storm shield braced before him. Around him, Deathwing knights lowered their helms and became statues of war. The chaplain before them raised his crozius. "Remember your oaths. We remember. Remember your shame. We remember. Remember the lion. We obey." Teleport light gathered around them. It crawled across armor plates, caught in purity seals, sparked along shield rims and weapon heads. The chamber shook as the machine spirit reached through the immaterium and took hold of warriors who had already accepted death. On the strategium, Azrael watched the rune of the Deathwing blink from amber to white. Below, on Gilead Secundus, the captured transit cathedral waited. Its vaults were empty in the center and crowded at the edges. Tow drones clung to the rafters. Rail rifle teams lay behind false masonry. Crisis suits hung in silent grav suspension within broken processional shafts. Shield drones hovered in alcoves. Human captives knelt behind barricades with explosive collars around their throats. Markerlights slept in the dark, patient as spiders. Kais Montaya had prepared the killing field with care. Lightning struck the cathedral floor. The Deathwing arrived in bone-white fury, exactly where the Tow wanted them. Teleportation was a form of death that had learned obedience. Brother Sergeant Arias felt his body become light, pain, memory, and oath. The teleportarium of the rock vanished around him in a storm of white fury. The chanting tech marines became distant. The chaplain's last words stretched into a roar without meaning. His hearts hammered once, twice. Then the immaterium took him by the bones and dragged him through a place no warrior should ever perceive and remain sane. He endured because he was Deathwing. He endured because fear had been burned from him in older wars. He endured because the secrets in his blood were heavier than the warp. For a moment, there was nothing but the sensation of falling through a forest made of knives and dead stars. His armor's machine spirit howled in binary outrage. Warning runes crawled across his helm display, then vanished beneath static. The teleport Homer's signal flared ahead of him like a candle glimpsed across a graveyard. Then reality returned. Arias materialized in lightning. Stone cracked beneath his boots. The air around him became thunder and ozone. Bone-white terminators appeared in a widening circle, each arrival hammering the nave floor with explosive force. Storm shields came up. Maces of absolution locked forward. Assault cannon barrels spun awake. Cyclone missile racks unfolded over hunched shoulders. For the span of a breath, the Deathwing were statues carved from judgment, standing in the center of Transit Cathedral Deltor, beneath a broken dome of blackened glass. They had expected command staff. They had expected drone nodes. They had expected a captured Vox station, Guela prisoners, perhaps a Tow officer foolish enough to believe false distress would buy more time than it cost. They found emptiness. The cathedral had been hollowed. No civilians knelt between the pillars. No command cadre stood behind consoles. No ethereal waited beneath a banner. The central nave was stripped bare, except for broken pews, shattered saints, and pale censer ghosts flickering in the haze. Heat signatures bloomed where no bodies stood. Decoy transmitters pulsed beneath piles of rubble. Auspex returns crawled along the floor in false clusters, each one shaped like a living target. The walls had been cut open in places too symmetrical to be battle damage. Firing slits, grav chutes, kill corridors. Arias understood before his armor finished translating the data. They studied the right, he said. His squad heard him over the squad vox, calm beneath the teleport static. Brother Arvath turned his helm a fraction. Sergeant, the distress call, the architecture, the place of arrival. They mapped where Sons of the Lion would choose to stand. The last Terminator had not yet fully returned to real space when the first railgun volley struck. There was no warning roar, no building thunder, only blue marker light crawling across bone armor, followed by white annihilation. Brother Kalen took the first hit through the chest. His storm shield was angled half a heartbeat too low, still completing materialization. The rail round entered his breastplate and carried him backward through 3 pillars. Ceramite, adamantium, fused bone, gene-wrought flesh, and sacred machinery separated into fragments under the impossible force. His body broke the first pillar, punched through the second, and exploded against the third in a red and ivory burst that painted the stone with armor shards and meat. His helm bounced once, empty, before its lenses went dark. Brother Hadrian raised his shield in time to catch the next impact. The shield held for less than a breath. It caved inward. The round punched through it, through his arm, through his torso, and out through the reactor feed on his back. He turned into burning pieces, but his armor's locked joints kept him upright long enough for his assault cannon to fire one defiant burst into an empty heat ghost. "Shield wall," Arias ordered. The Deathwing obeyed. No shout of fear, no prayer for salvation, no plea to the Emperor whose silence had ruled mankind for 10,000 years. Shields locked edge to edge. Terminator boots ground into the nave stones. The surviving knights tightened formation around the teleport Homer as railfire screamed through the spaces between columns. Pulse fire followed. It came from everywhere. Blue-white volleys spat from hidden galleries, side chapels, upper arches, and false reliquary alcoves. Pulse blasters fired at close range from apertures cut behind saints' faces. The head of Brother Marcion vanished in a strobing burst, his helm and half his skull erased by converging shots. His body kept moving. 6 seconds, perhaps less. Long enough for the old warrior within the armor to refuse death by momentum alone. He advanced with one side of his face gone, brain matter steaming against the inside of his gorget, and crushed a fire warrior beneath his mace before turning another into pulp against a pillar. Then his legs failed. He collapsed to one knee, fired his storm bolter until the weapon clicked empty, and toppled forward into silence. Arias stepped over him. "Forward," he said. The order moved the wall. Bone armor advanced through flame and dust. Rail rounds hammered shields. Pulse fire stripped paint, cracked lenses, scorched robes, boiled purity seals, and found joints. The cathedral's hollow interior filled with the sound of impacts, return fire, and chanting machine spirits. Storm bolters answered in disciplined bursts. Explosive shells chewed through galleries and shattered false walls. Assault cannons tore apart drone screens, their barrels shrieking as spent casings poured like brass rain across the stones. The enemy refused to be where the Deathwing fired. Crisis teams descended from grav chutes in the upper vault, not falling, but unfolding into position with the cold grace of hunting machines. Their armor was white and grey, marked by cadre sigils and hazard lines. Jetpacks flared, stabilizers hissed, weapons locked, fired, and moved. They did not land within hammer reach. They did not boast across open channels. They did not attempt to meet the Emperor's angels in honorable combat. They fired, relocated, fired again. Drones drifted into the path of return shots, dying without hesitation. Shield fields flashed and collapsed. Smart missiles curled around columns, dipped beneath raised shields, and detonated against rear armor. The Tau used the cathedral as a weapon, each arch and fallen statue part of a machine built to slow, mark, and reduce. Arius hated them for their discipline more than their alien blood. A savage foe could be broken by terror. A proud foe could be baited by insult. A coward could be cornered. These Xenos had made cowardice into doctrine and discipline into cruelty. They had no desire to prove themselves. They desired only that his brothers die at the correct rate, in the correct place, under the correct angles of fire. A rail round struck Brother Semyon's shoulder and spun him sideways. Before he could recover, a missile burst beneath his knee joint. He fell. Drones immediately marked him. Pulse fire concentrated until the armor split, and the warrior inside cooked. Semyon said nothing while he died. His final rune winked black on Arius's display. Left gallery, Arius voxed. Heavy suit, marked. Brother Talon brought his cyclone rack to bear. Missiles streaked upward and detonated against the gallery's underside. Stone and alien alloy rained down. A crisis suit tumbled from the smoke. Stabilizers damaged, landing too close. Arius moved. For all their calculation, the Tau had erred in that heartbeat. The suit's pilot tried to lift away, burst cannons slewing down, plasma rifle glowing. Arius crossed the distance beneath the fire. Rounds sparked across his pauldron. One punched into his thigh plate and lodged there, screaming heat into the ceramite. He ignored it. His thunder hammer came free from its maglock with a growl of awakened power. The battlesuit fired at his face. Arius angled his storm shield. The blast washed over it, turning the edges white-hot. He struck. The hammer hit the battlesuit in the center of its chest. There was a sound like a chapel bell struck by a falling moon. Armor folded inward. The pilot and reactor core met in a red, blue, and silver compression of flesh and machine. For an instant, the clean tow warplate bulged around the hammerhead. Then the suit erupted. Coolant, blood, bone fragments, control fiber, and blue-white plasma flame burst across Arius's armor. A sliver of alien skull cracked against his helm lens and stuck there, held by wetness. The Terminator pulled the hammer free. "By the lion," Brother Talon said across the vox. "By necessity," Arius answered. Above the world, beyond cloud, ash and cathedral ruin, Chasseau Kai's Montire watched the Deathwing die. Arius could not see him, but he felt the enemy commander's mind in the shape of the trap. Every refusal to overcommit carried intention. Every empty corridor was an argument. Every drone sacrificed in place of a fire warrior spoke of patience. The Tau had warriors in reserve. Arius knew it. He could hear unopened grav doors, detect power signatures held back behind blast screens, see the absence of movement where a lesser commander would have rushed to exploit the kill. Kai's Montire would not spend more bodies. Not yet. The Deathwing were not to be overwhelmed by a glorious flood. They were to be reduced by measure. Ammunition, depletion, shield degradation, movement denial, teleport signature capture, Kauyon, the patient hunter, the killing field that allowed the prey to believe it still chose where to run. "Enemy command has not revealed itself," Arius said. Brother Arvath's breath rasped through damaged static. "They are watching." "Yes. Then we blind them." A missile volley answered the sentiment before Arius could. Brother Talon fired into the upper nave, collapsing an observation slit and killing the drones behind it. Brother Arvath advanced beside him. Mace raised, storm shield cracked across its face. A smart missile came from behind, dipped low, and struck the back of Arvath's helm. His head snapped forward. A second missile hit the same place. The helm burst open. The warrior fell without ceremony, his body taking several more shots meant for others before it hit the floor. Arius marked his death in silence. The floor beneath them shook. Not from enemy fire. Engines. The Raven Wing came through the transit tunnels like a black storm. Their arrival was a scream of tortured air, roaring engines and plasma discharge. Bikes burst from the western tunnel mouth, black armor slick with ash, headlights stabbing through smoke. Master Corvain led them, leaning low over his machine, plasma talons firing in paired bursts that cut down drones clinging to the nave pillars. Land speeders followed, assault cannons spinning, heavy bolters chewing through gallery screens. A storm speeder tore through the shattered arch above them, engines clipping stone, its crew firing down into the tow-kill lattice. For one violent breath, hope entered the cathedral. Then blue marker lights ignited across the Raven Wing. They had been expected as well. Drones rose from the tunnel walls behind the bikes. Pathfinder teams hidden in maintenance gantries painted every black hull with cold light. Seeker missiles launched from recesses beneath the floor, from collapsed reliquaries, from the bell tower ruins beyond the nave. The tunnels became fire. A Raven Wing bike flipped end over end as a missile struck its front wheel assembly. The rider flew from the saddle, hit a pillar shoulder first, and burst against it in a spray of blood and broken ceramite. Another bike tried to bank around the wreck and was caught by a rail rifle shot that passed through engine, rider, and rear axle. The machine came apart at full speed, scattering armor, limbs, and burning promethium across the nave. Black armor skidded through blood. A land speeder slammed sideways into the remains of a statue, its gunner crushed beneath the hull while still firing. The storm speeder's port engine detonated. It spun, clipped a gallery, and carved a trench through fire warriors before exploding among them. Corvain did not slow. "Marker teams high east," he voxed. "We have them." His bike climbed a ramp of broken stone and launched into the nave air. For a heartbeat, the Raven Wing Master was silhouetted against the burning dome, black against fire. His plasma talons fired into the eastern gallery. The marker lights there vanished in a blossom of blue armor, red meat, and collapsing sensor rigs. Then a missile struck his rear armor. Corvain landed hard, bike ruined beneath him, but he rolled, rose, and drew a blade. 3 fire warriors emerged from smoke to finish him. He killed the first with his pistol, the second with his sword, and took a pulse round through the side before dragging the third close enough to break its neck against his knee. Arias saw it all in fragments while advancing under fire. "Raven Wing," he voxed, "you are inside a layered kill zone." Corvain laughed once, a harsh sound broken by static. "We noticed." The Deathwing pushed toward the teleport Homer at the center of the nave. Not to flee, not yet. To hold the anchor. If the Homer died, extraction became uncertain. If the Homer survived, more brothers could come. If more brothers came without understanding the trap, they would die in the same measured way. Arias opened the command channel. Static clawed at the signal. Tau jamming pressed against it like cold fingers. He forced the rune through 3 encrypted layers and spoke the words he had not expected to need. "Lion Command, this is Brother Sergeant Arias. Transit Cathedral Deltor is a prepared kill field. Enemy command node concealed. Teleport locus compromised. Deathwing casualties severe. Raven Wing. Engaged and bleeding. Request immediate extraction or orbital denial." The answer came through as if the lion stood beside him. Denied. Arias did not flinch. A rail round struck his shield and drove him to one knee. His left arm went numb to the elbow. Warning runes flared red. He stood. "Clarify, my lord. The Tau have shown the first layer, not the second." Arias looked through fire and smoke. He understood before the lion said more. There was a pattern behind the pattern. The kill field was not merely meant to destroy them. It was meant to draw their reaction, measure their reinforcements, taste their command habits. Somewhere beneath the false transmitters, beneath the sensor ghosts, another relay pulsed. The true node, the hand that moved the knife. "Hold," said the lion. "Make them believe you are dying exactly as intended. Their second layer command relay will reveal itself when they prepare to close the data loop." A pulse round struck Brother Talon's gorget. He staggered. Another took his knee. He fell against Arius, leaving blood across the sergeant's shield. Arius looked at his brothers, the dead, the dying, the few still standing, bone armor blackened and cracked, robes burning, maces rising and falling through alien fire. He looked at the Ravenwing wreckage burning in the nave, and at Corvain dragging himself behind a fallen pillar while firing at drones with a cracked pistol. The Primarch was spending lives like ammunition. Arius felt no outrage. Ammunition existed to be spent in the correct war. "By your command," he said. He cut the channel. "Deathwing," Arius voxed. "Corpse ring, Homer Center, no withdrawal, no breach, no brother falls beyond reach of the shield wall." There were few voices left to answer. "We obey," said Talon, though one of his legs no longer obeyed anything. "We remember," said Brother Garin, his storm shield broken in half, and his mace head glowing with alien blood. "Let them come," said Brother Lucan, whose chest plate had been holed twice, and whose breathing sounded like wet gravel. They formed around the Homer, a ring of bone and blood. Dead brothers were dragged into place with the living, their bodies used as barricades, their armor still worthy of service. Arius planted his shield beside Kaelin's severed torso. Garin locked his broken shield against Marcion's corpse. Lucan stood with one boot on a dead fire warrior and the other in the cooling remains of a Ravenwing rider. The teleport Homer pulsed between them, its green rune steady beneath falling dust. The tow fire intensified, not wildly, never wildly. Rail rifles targeted shield joints. Pulse blasters struck exposed damage. Missiles curled in from above. Drones dipped low to draw stormbolter fire, then rose as battlesuits fired through the gaps. Crisis teams shifted closer, still outside hammer reach, their pilots disciplined enough to deny the Deathwing even the comfort of a final charge. Brother Talon died next. A rail shot took his arm. Pulse fire opened his abdomen. He tried to raise his mace with his remaining hand and failed. Arius caught him before he fell away from the ring and dragged his body into the wall. Garin's shield failed under sustained fire. The next volley tore through his chest. He remained upright, locked by armor and will, until a missile struck him in the face and scattered his helm across the Homer's base. Lucan killed 3 drones with his stormbolter, then a 4th by crushing it in his fist as it tried to pass over the ring. A fusion burst took him from the waist down. He fell backward and laughed through a Vox grill full of blood. "Still here," he said. A crisis suit hovered into view between 2 pillars, perhaps believing the ring finally broken. Arius took one step from formation, hurled his thunderhammer, and watched it spin end over end through pulse fire. It struck the suit's cockpit and carried the machine backward into a wall where both exploded in a red and white smear. Arius recalled the hammer by its chained maglock, hauling it back through smoke. His shield arm was failing. His armor's left knee joint ground with every movement. His helm display showed more dead runes than living. Ammunition counters blinked low. The Homer still pulsed. A new signal appeared on his auspex. Not the false transmitters, not the ghost heat, not the drones. A tight command burst, deep beneath the northern apse, activated for less than a second, to receive kill confirmation from the battlesuit teams. It was shielded, buried, clever, but not clever enough. Arius sent the data packet without words. The Lion answered without vox. Mist entered the cathedral. At first, Arius thought it was smoke from burning promethium. Then the temperature fell. Frost formed along the broken rim of his storm shield. The flames around the Ravenwing wreckage bent away from the center of the nave, as if bowing to something they feared. Tow sensors shrieked across open channels. Drones spun in sudden confusion. Marker lights wavered. The mist gathered between the Deathwing ring and the heaviest tow guns. Not at the extraction point, not behind the shield wall, directly in the killing lane. The tow fired into it. Rail rounds vanished. Pulse fire flashed and died. Missiles entered the pale fog and detonated too early. their blast waves rolling outward in flower shapes of fire and shrapnel. For one impossible moment, Arius saw trees within the mist, black trunks, wet bark, eyes watching from between them. The smell of the cathedral vanished beneath the scent of old leaves, rain, and predators waiting in the dark. A hooded figure stood at the edge of the fog, small and silent. Then something vast moved behind it. The lion stepped into the killing field. His armor was green beneath ash and blood. The Emperor's shield burned on his arm, its surface scarred by recent fire. Fealty rested in his hand, already wet from work done elsewhere. Alien blood ran along the blade and fell in dark drops onto the stones. Arius lowered his head. Around him, the last of the Deathwing tried to stand straighter. The tow guns shifted toward the Primarch. The lion looked at the layered kill corridors, the drones, the battle suits, the buried relay hidden beneath the northern apse, and the ring of dying suns around the Homer. He did not raise his voice. "Enough," said the lion. Then he advanced. The lion advanced into the killing field, and Transit Cathedral Deltor forgot that it had ever been a place of worship. It became a forest, not in truth. Truth was stone, blood, alien optics, broken masonry, and the thunder of weapons that could core battle tanks at ranges where a mortal eye would see only smoke. Truth was the corpse ring of the Deathwing around a pulsing teleport Homer. Bone-white armor split and burning, shields cracked, maces slick with alien blood. Truth was raven-wing wreckage scattered across the nave, black ceramite and machine parts lying in streams of promethium flame. Truth was the cold, patient architecture of the tow trap, every archway measured, every balcony seeded with fire lanes, every drone hanging at the exact altitude required to mark a warrior for death. But around the lion's boots, mist rolled between the stones. In the mist were trees. The tow saw only interference. Their drones tasted impossible atmospheric bloom, thermal distortion, corrupted range returns, and optical displacement. Their logic engines rejected the sight of black trunks rising where there should have been open nave. Their target prediction webs tried to define the Primarch as mass, vector, velocity, surface area, and threat priority. They failed. The lion did not sprint. That was what unsettled the first cadre to die. He came forward with the Emperor's shield raised and fealty low, each step deliberate, each movement unhurried enough to be mistaken for arrogance by those who had never seen a true predator choose distance. Rail rifles fired from the western gallery. Pulse blasters flashed from broken shrine alcoves. Plasma weapons spat from hovering crisis suits. Smart missiles curled down from the rafters like hunting serpents. The Emperor's shield met them. Every impact that should have killed him became thunder. Rail fire struck the shield and burst into shattered light, the force of it driving cracks through the floor beneath his boots. Pulse volleys broke across the ancient face of the relic in flares of blue and gold. Plasma washed over him, turning the air around his armor into a furnace. Stone saints behind him exploded. Pillars split. The nave roof shed slabs of masonry the size of tanks. Dust and stained glass fell in glittering rain. The lion kept walking. A marker light touched his breastplate. Then another. Then another. In a heartbeat, his armor crawled with blue points of alien attention. Drones triangulated from above and behind. Pathfinder remnants hidden in organ lofts painted his helm, his knee joints, the gap beneath his gorget, the hand that held fealty, the rim of the Emperor's shield. Crisis suits rotated weapons in perfect sequence, one team firing while another relocated, a third already adjusting angle to exploit the predicted recoil shift from the next shield impact. He could feel their minds in the shape of their fire, not as thoughts, not as words, as rhythm, disciplined, controlled, cowardly only to those who mistook courage for noise. The tow were trying to solve him. The lion almost respected them for it. A burst of rail fire came from the right, too clean to ignore. He turned his shield a fraction before the shot struck. The first impact rang through his arm. The second kissed the shield's upper curve and tore away a wing of stone from the statue behind him. The third would have taken Arius through the helm had the lion not shifted one pace into its path. The shot detonated against the shield and lit the cathedral in white. Behind him, Arius stood among the last of his knights, armor ruined, thunderhammer dragged back into his grip by a sparking chain. The Deathwing sergeant watched the Primarch fight and understood, with the brutal clarity granted by blood loss and imminent death, what the Legion as Astartes had been made to follow. The lion was not merely stronger than a space marine. He was the shape from which their strength had been copied, the old design before the limitations, before the dilution, before 10,000 years of ritual had taught lesser sons to mistake survival for purpose. Every movement held the economy of a duelist and the finality of an executioner. He did not waste hate. He did not spend fury. He killed with the terrible restraint of one who had already decided the outcome and was merely arranging bodies to fit it. A crisis team dropped from the broken vault in a triangular assault pattern, jetpacks flaring, drones fanning ahead to absorb counterfire. Their weapons opened at once: plasma, burst cannon, fusion heat. The lion changed speed. For the first time since entering the nave, he moved as the toe had feared he might move. Fealty swept. The blade passed through the first battlesuit at waist height, opening white armor and the pilot within as one continuous failure. The second suit tried to lift away. The same sweep took it through the abdomen, severing reactor lines and pilot harness, spilling blood, coolant, and fragments of control thrown across the air. The third fired its fusion blaster directly into the lion's side. He pivoted behind the collapsing wreck of the first suit, letting the dying machine take the blast. The battlesuit's remains flashed into molten slag, showering him in burning alloy. He emerged through the spray and struck again. Fealty punched through the third suit's cockpit. The pilot inside died, folded around the blade, limbs crushed by his own command rig, his face bursting against the inner glass before the lion ripped the sword free and let the wreck fall. The bodies had not yet struck the floor when he was already turning toward the next threat. The Tau adjusted. They did not panic. That, too, was almost worthy. In high orbit, aboard the patient blade, Chasseur Kais Montier watched the cathedral engagement through layered feeds and did not blink. Around him, Firecast analysts updated loss projections. Earthcast adepts muttered over heat maps and shield return models. Drone intelligence engines produced and discarded prediction branches too quickly for unaided minds to follow. The Primarch crossed the nave as a green icon surrounded by red failure glyphs. Every time a projected kill solution formed, it died before the shot could be made. "Commit reserve pattern ash spear," Kais Montier said. A Firecast operator bowed. "Riptide asset and Ghost Keel teams?" "Yes. Do not close. Do not challenge. Anchor with ion fire. Cut exit paths. Force shield orientation. Kill exposed survivors if his attention shifts." Arnold Kovash stood beside him in serene silence. His face revealed no anger at the mounting losses. Anger would have implied personal grievance. The ethereal watched the dying cadres as one might watch diseased tissue being cut away from a living body. "Will this end him?" Kovash asked. "No," Kais Montier said. The answer drew a faint stillness from the command deck. Kais Montier enlarged the image of the Primarch. "It will teach us how much more is required." On Gilead Secundus, the Riptide entered the cathedral through the eastern wall. It did not use the doors. It came through masonry in an avalanche of stone and dust, its massive battlesuit frame braced by thrumming gravitic stabilizers. Ion energy burned around its primary weapon. Shield drones swept ahead of it in a protective crescent. 2 Ghost Keel teams flickered in its wake, their stealth fields smearing their outlines into smoke and broken light, fusion weapons charging beneath cloaked armor. The Riptide fired. The overcharged ion blast struck the floor before the lion and turned the nave stones into glass. Heat rolled outward in a visible wave. A wounded Deathwing knight near the edge of the blast simply vanished from the waist up, his armor and body vaporized into a red mist that flashed black against the air. The lower half of him remained standing for a heartbeat, then collapsed, molten ceramite sealing around cooked meat. The lion did not look back. He had already heard the ghost keels moving. One to the left, high among the rafters, field bending the ash around it. One to the right, behind the corpse of a fallen statue, fusion weapon angled toward his shield arm. The riptide was the anchor. The ghost keels were the knives. The drones were there to count the blood. The next ion blast came higher. He raised the Emperor's shield. The impact drove him backward half a step. Light swallowed him. The shield's ancient surface flared with caged wrath, and the blast that should have erased a bunker broke around him in sheets of blue fire. The floor behind him liquefied. Corpses cooked. A fallen Ravenwing bike exploded as its ammunition belt ignited, scattering fragments through the nave. The lion lowered the shield. His cloak was burning. He moved through the fire. The riptide fired again. He turned the shot with the shield, not fully, not cleanly. The force struck him hard enough to crack the stone beneath his trailing foot. Pain ran up his arm. He accepted it. Pain was information. Heat marked distance. Recoil revealed the pilot's confidence. The slight delay between weapon flare and stabilizer correction told him how quickly the machine could adjust after overcharge. He advanced. The first ghost keel fired from the rafters. The fusion blast struck the Emperor's shield at an angle that would have opened his ribs had he been a lesser target. The shield drank the shot and screamed gold. The reflected force tore through the rafters and caught the ghost keel mid-displacement. Its stealth field collapsed in shards of light. Half the suit melted, armor running down in white slag over the pilot trapped within. It fell, struck a column, and split open across the floor, spilling black blood and coolant in equal measure. The second ghost keel repositioned at once. Good, the lion thought. The Toa were learning while dying. He let lesser shots strike him. Pulse fire hammered his pauldron. A rail rifle round scraped across his thigh and took a shard of armor with it. Plasma burst against his shield rim and burned the air from his lungs for a fraction of a breath. None of it mattered. He listened past it. Beneath the thunder, beneath the drones, beneath the crackling flames and the groan of collapsing architecture, he heard the riptide's reactor cycle. There. The weapon overcharged again. The lion ran. The tow models broke all at once. The movement was too sudden, too violent, too controlled. A giant in green armor became a blur of purpose crossing the glassed floor. Marker lights chased him and slid behind. Drone turrets fired where he had been. The riptide pilot adjusted, weapon lowering, stabilizers flaring, but the suit was built to dominate battlefields, not dual nightmares at blade reach. The ion weapon fired. The lion was already beneath its angle. He leapt. For an instant, he hung against the burning cathedral vault, shield forward, sword drawn back, cloak streaming fire. Then he struck the riptide's chest with enough force to buckle its armor inward and drive the colossal battlesuit one step back. Fealty went in point first. The blade pierced the cockpit, through armor, shield housing, pilot restraint, and pilot. The toe inside died pinned to his own command throne, hands still locked to controls, eyes wide in the instant, before Fealty's edge passed through him and into the reactor cradle beyond. Blood and neural fluid burst across the inner canopy. The riptide staggered, its limbs spasmed. Its ion weapon fired once into the ceiling, blasting open the dome and letting a column of ash-filled daylight stab down into the cathedral. The lion planted one boot against the battlesuit's chest and tore Fealty free. The riptide fell backward like a toppled idol. He landed in front of it before the impact shook the nave. The second ghost keel revealed itself behind him. Its pilot understood that survival had ceased to be an available outcome. The suit's reactor readings spiked. Fusion cells overloaded. Shield drones darted away from it. The ghost keel charged not with honor, but with calculation. If detonation could not kill the Primarch, it might kill the Deathwing around him. It might destroy the teleport Homer. It might collapse the cathedral and bury the threat beneath thousands of tons of sanctified stone. The Lion turned. The dying ghost keel came through the smoke, reactor howling. He met it with his boot. The kick struck the battlesuit beneath the torso and lifted it from the ground. For all its mass, for all its clever engines and hidden fields, the machine became a thrown corpse. It flew backward into a crisis team, descending from the northern balcony. The ghost keel detonated among them. The cathedral became fire. White armor ruptured outward. TOW pilots burst inside their cockpits and then vanished as the blast consumed them. Crisis suits came apart in spinning pieces, trailing meat, coolant and molten sensor veins. Drones popped like insects in a furnace. The shockwave struck the Deathwing corpse ring and hurled dead and living warriors alike against the floor. Arias planted his shield before the teleport Homer and was driven to one knee, armor screaming. The Emperor's shield took the heart of the explosion. The Lion stood within the blast, half hidden by gold light and blue flame, arm raised, shoulder braced, boots carving trenches in the glassed stone as the Force tried to drag him backward. For a heartbeat, the entire cathedral saw only the shield. Then the fire passed over him and broke. The Lion lowered his arm. The front of his armor was blackened. Blood ran from a wound beneath his gorget. His hair was singed. His eyes were unchanged. The remaining TOW began to withdraw. No rout, no scream, no collapse into animal fear. Fire warriors fell back by teams. Drones interposed themselves in layers. Battlesuits fired covering volleys while drifting toward pre-cut exits. Pathfinders abandoned upper galleries in pairs, one moving while one covered. The TOW were leaving the field because the field had failed, not because their courage had. The Lion let most of them run. Arias saw it and understood only after the first retreating team vanished through the northern breach alive. The Primarch could have pursued at once. He could have waded into their withdrawal and killed until every corridor was plugged with broken armor. Instead, he killed enough. A drone too slow to turn. A battlesuit that paused to recover a command core. A fire warrior team that exposed its flank. Fealty moved. The shield struck. Bodies fell. But the arteries of retreat remained open. The Lion was not granting mercy. He was sending messengers. Let them carry fear. Let them carry damaged data. Let them reveal where the command routes bent, where the second layer hid, where the patient hunter kept its hands. Let the TOW return to their masters with the knowledge that the trap had closed on something too old to die inside it. Then the Guevesa fired. They had been hidden in the balconies behind false stonework. Human auxiliaries in tow marked flak armor. Laser guns and pulse carbines braced along the railings. Some had watched the Primarch break the riptide and lost their will. Others had seen the TOW withdraw and believed discipline still demanded obedience. Perhaps collars blinked beneath their jaws. Perhaps hunger had bent them. Perhaps fear of alien reprisal was stronger than fear of the Emperor's angels. Their first volley struck the Deathwing. A wounded knight died beneath human last fire, his cracked armor finally pierced at exposed joints. Another turned his helm upward in disbelief before a pulse carbine shot blew through his damaged lens and burst the eye behind it. The Lion looked up. "Cease." "Fire," he said. His voice did not need amplification. It passed through the ruined nave and reached every balcony. Some Guevesa lowered their weapons at once. One threw his laser gun down and raised both hands. Another tore the blue symbol from his chest and sobbed as if the act hurt more than death. A squad near the eastern arch hesitated, looking between each other. The dead TOW, the burning riptide, the giant below. A collar light blinked blue on one man's throat. He lifted his rifle. Others followed. The Lion moved. He did not climb the stairs. He crossed through mist. One instant, he stood in the nave. The next, he was on the eastern balcony among them, fealty cutting before the first man could finish pulling the trigger. The armed died. Not all. not the ones with empty hands, not the ones face down on the stone, not the ones who cast weapons away before choice hardened into treachery, but those who fired, those who aimed, those who clutched tow weapons and chose to continue, died without distinction. A young man with a shaved head raised a pulse carbine while screaming that he had no choice. Fealty took his hands and throat in the same motion. An older auxiliary fired point blank into the lion's breastplate. The shot scorched already damaged armor. The lion backhanded him with the shield rim and broke him against the wall in a wet collapse of ribs and spine. A squad leader tried to kneel and draw a holdout pistol at the same time. The lion's boot crushed his chest flat before the weapon cleared its holster. The balcony became silent, except for the weeping of those who had surrendered quickly enough to live. The lion stood among them, blood dripping from his blade onto toe-marked flak armor. "Choice is the last throne left to a conquered man," he said. "Do not crawl from it and call the chain a crown." Below, Arias bowed his battered helm. The surviving Guevesa did not answer. They pressed their faces to the stone and shook. The lion returned to the nave through ordinary steps this time. He walked past dead toe, dead men, dead sons, and wrecked machines. He stopped beside the pulsing teleport Homer and looked down at Arias. "Can you stand?" Arias tried. One knee actuator failed. He forced it through pain and warning runes until he rose. "Yes, father." The lion looked over the remaining Deathwing. There were very few left. "Good." No praise followed, no lament. The Primarch turned toward the northern apse, where the second layer command relay had pulsed before the Riptide's fall. There is still work. In orbit, aboard the Patient Blade, the cathedral feeds ended one by one. Kais Montire watched the last surviving drone stagger through a breach in the wall, its lens cracked, its audio distorted by fire and screaming metal. Behind it, Transit Cathedral Deltor burned. The Riptide icon was gone. Both Ghostkeel teams were gone. Crisis teams mauled. Pathfinder relays disrupted. The Deathwing had suffered severe casualties, but the teleport Homer remained active. The Primarch lived. More than lived. He had altered the meaning of the field by entering it. The data engines processed the engagement. Kais Montire did not need them. He had seen enough. Arnold Kovash stood beside the hololithic table, hands folded within his sleeves. Assessment Chasseau. Kais Montire magnified the last image. The green giant stood in the ruin, sword wet, shield scarred, surrounded by dead machines and kneeling humans. "Primarch class threat," he said. "Probability of conventional containment is unacceptable." The command deck absorbed the words in silence. The ethereal's face remained tranquil. "Then we escalate beyond containment." Kais Montire turned one black eye toward him. Kovash looked down upon the burning world. "Prepare planetary example protocols," the ethereal said. "If the Imperium requires a god to stand, we will teach the population what it costs to kneel beneath one." Kais Montire ended the patient hunt with one word: Montka. The command amphitheater of the Patient Blade did not erupt into motion. The toe did not cheer. Firecast commanders did not strike their fists against armor or shout vows into the sterile air. Earthcast adepts did not look up from their logic shrines except to acknowledge the change of doctrine with precise inclinations of their heads. Aircast officers adjusted void vectors in their suspension cradles. Watercast envoys paused their compliance revisions long enough to enter new terminology into the next cycle of broadcasts. The word passed through the orbital command network like a blade being drawn. Kauyon had failed to kill the Primarch. It had taught them. That was not failure. That was purchase. Kais Montire stood locked within the command cradle of his battlesuit, mind threaded through drone feeds, orbital auspex, Pathfinder optics, battlesuit telemetry, and the dying pulse of Gilead Secundus. The Transit Cathedral engagement replayed across one pane of the hololith. The green giant advancing through fire, the riptide falling, the ghost keel detonation collapsing into useless light around the Emperor's shield, the Deathwing mauled but unbroken, the Ravenwing hurt, not halted, the Primarch choosing not to chase every retreating cadre because he understood that survivors were roads back to command. Kais Montire let the recording fade. No more patient bleeding, no more inviting the beast to step into snares and measuring the shape of its teeth. Now the killing blow. "Primary targets," he said. "Teleport homers, Ravenwing relay spines, Thunderhawk landing zones, captured Imperial Void Shield stations, Deathwing reserve chambers, surface command sanctums, anything that allows the Primarch to turn presence into momentum." A Firecast subordinate spoke from the lower ring. "Shaso, direct strike upon the Primarch remains available if he can be fixed." "He cannot yet be fixed." "Then we strike around him." "We strike beneath him," Kais Montia said. "A blade does not kill a mountain by cutting the peak. It breaks the path under the climber." The hololith rearranged itself into arteries of war. Green Imperial runes pulsed across the Hive Cathedral world. Teleport beacon chains hidden in crypts and reliquary vaults. Ravenwing relay masts mounted on ruined spires. Thunderhawk touchdown zones cleared in corpse plazas and manufactorum yards. Void shield stations half captured by Dark Angels strike teams, their machine spirits howling beneath emergency repairs. Every icon became a wound to open. Anil Kovash stood beneath the central projection with the calm of a priest before an altar. His robes remained spotless despite the ash storms beneath them. He watched the pattern of Imperial recovery with mild displeasure, as if the Dark Angels were not warriors, but a fever resisting treatment. "The population still shelters them," Kovash said. "Some do. Then the population remains part of the battlefield." Kais Montire did not turn. "Define authority." "Civilian pressure measures are authorized." No one objected. No one named cruelty. The greater good did not require ugly words when clean ones would serve. Watercast operators bent over their consoles. Drone barricade control shifted from pacification grids to sealed containment. Across Gilead Secundus, hab zones that had hidden Ravenwing scouts or transmitted prayer signals to Dark Angels, forces were marked in pale blue. Gates slammed shut. Grav drones descended into streets, alleys, transit shafts, and air processing galleries. Their small weapons tracked every window and door. Ventilation towers changed status from civic infrastructure to leverage points. The first oxygen reductions began by increments, not enough to kill quickly, enough to be understood.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Kais Montire watched thermal feeds from Habzone Calibrax. Tens of thousands moved beneath the roofline, first in confusion, then in panic. Human heat signatures clustered near sealed gates, maintenance ladders and shrine chapels. Men hammered at doors with tools. Priests raised icons. Some opened fire at the drones and were killed so fast their bodies had not finished falling before the barricade line sealed again. The Watercast broadcast followed. "Citizens of Gilead Secundus, your suffering is regrettable. Imperial transhuman insurgents have used your homes as concealment and your lives as shields. The Toe Empire offers renewed air, food and medical relief upon surrender of all hidden warriors, weapons, Vox relays and military collaborators. Compliance preserves life, resistance wastes it." Kais Montir listened without expression. The wording was efficient. It blamed the Imperium for pain the Toe controlled. It offered life with one hand and tightened the atmosphere with the other. It would make some humans betray the Dark Angels. It would make others die singing. Both outcomes had value. On the surface, in the burned nave of Transit Cathedral Deltor, the Lion heard the broadcast through a cracked cherub vox, nailed to a fallen column. The feed came to Kais Montire through a wounded drone no larger than a human skull, hidden among the roof beams. Its image flickered, blurred by smoke and by the interference that always gathered near the Primarch. The lion stood amid dead toe and dead suns, armor scorched, shield marked, fealty dark along the edge. Around him, Deathwing survivors worked in silence, dragging bodies into order, recovering gene seed from those beyond retrieval, and rearming the living with ammunition taken from the dead. The broadcast named Hab zones. It named air systems. It named the cost of sheltering the unforgiven. The lion did not look at the Vox. He listened as a hunter listens to a branch cracking in the dark. Kais Montire knew the equation. If the Primarch diverted forces into civilian rescue, the Tau would sever his spearhead. If he ignored the suffocating populations, Imperial loyalty would rot behind him. Men could worship distant gods. They did not easily forgive visible abandonment. The Tau did not need to defeat the lion's body if they could force his presence to become poison. The Primarch spoke once. Source. A Deathwing sergeant, armor ruined but still upright, answered. Oxygen command spine beneath Spire Tertian, shielded, likely drone-operated, heavy Xenos presence. Not drone-operated, the lion said. Protected by drones, controlled by a node that believes itself beyond reach. The image distorted as the Primarch turned toward the north. For a moment the drone lens filled with his face. Not rage, not compassion. Calculation older than the Empire threatening him. Then it will learn. The feed died. Kais Montire did not smile. Ravenwing response predicted, he said. Execute Ash Plane interdiction. The eastern Ash Plane of Gilead Secundus had once been a processional approach to the Hive, a holy road wide enough for Titan legions of pilgrims to march beneath banners and bell engines. War had made it into a grave. Trenches split the grey earth. Lehman Russ wrecks burned in lines. Gueveza barricades smoked beside the bodies of men who had died wearing imperial boots beneath tow colours. Cathedral statues lay face down in mud made from ash, promethium runoff and blood. Across it came the Ravenwing. Master Corvain led from the front on a replacement bike whose machine spirit snarled as if offended by the world beneath its wheels. His armor was blackened by the transit cathedral fire. A pulse burn had eaten a trench along his side. His left pauldron was cracked. None of it slowed him. Behind him came the remnants of 3 squadrons, bikes and speeders racing low through shell smoke, engines screaming hymns of pursuit. Their task was impossible, and therefore simple. Reach Spire Tertian. Break the oxygen command node. Let the civilians breathe long enough for the war to keep meaning something. Tau piranhas descended from the clouds. Fast, low, pale shapes gliding through smoke and rail ash, their burst cannons and seeker racks already selecting targets. Drone wings came with them, a swarm of blue lenses and gun mounts. From ruined hab towers along the flanks, pathfinders watched through blackened windows and broken saint mouths. They did not fire immediately. They marked. Marker lights touched the Ravenwing. Blue pinpoints appeared on black armor, on bike engines, on rider helms, on speeder canopies, on the weak seams beneath plasma talon mounts. Then the missiles came. A Ravenwing outrider vanished beneath a seeker strike that hit his bike at full speed. Armor burst open. Flesh and ceramite ground across the roadway in a smear that steamed for dozens of meters before the wreck struck a tank carcass and exploded. Another rider banked hard left, avoiding one missile, only to cross through a Pathfinder-marked kill lane. A rail rifle shot took him through the spine. The round passed through rider, saddle and engine block, and the bike cartwheeled into a trench full of dead Guevesa. Burning fuel poured over the bodies and lit them again. Corvain did not break formation. Jink pattern black thorn, he voxed. Speeders high, bikes under smoke. Kill the eyes. His riders obeyed. They plunged into shell craters and out again, weaving between tank husks and corpse mounds. A land speeder climbed through ash and fired down into a hab tower, heavy bolter rounds chewing through Pathfinder armor and the wall behind them. A bike squadron swept beneath its fire, plasma talons cutting through drone barricades. The air filled with blue fire, red tracers, black smoke, and fragments of bodies. Pathfinders kept marking. That was their strength, not glory, not survival. A toe spotter died with his marker light still fixed, and the missile he had summoned arrived after his skull burst beneath a Ravenwing bolt round. The marked rider vanished anyway. Another Pathfinder team allowed a speeder to kill them all, because their last transmission fixed its flight path for a hammerhead shot from beyond the plane. The railgun fired from a ridge so distant it looked like a heat shimmer. The speeder came apart in the air, its crew pulped into the cockpit glass before the wreck fell. Kais Montier watched each death enter the ledger. Losses acceptable, delay adequate. Ravenwing momentum degraded, not halted. Corvain reached Spire Tertian with fewer than half his force. The spire rose from the ash like a spear of black iron, its lower levels surrounded by drone barricades and burning hab blocks. Oxygen processors climbed its flanks in ribbed towers, each one humming with redirected life. The main gates were open. That was warning enough. Corvain entered anyway. Inside, the war changed shape. The corridors of the lower spire were too narrow for speed and too broken for clean fire lanes. The Toe had not filled them with fire warriors. They had paid hunters better suited to darkness, hunger, and close work. Kroot came from the walls. Shaper Grek's kindred fell upon the Ravenwing as the bikes slowed among maintenance pillars. They came with long rifles, hooked blades, talons and beaks, quills rattling with bone charms. They did not charge like beasts. They struck joints. They went for throats, damaged armor seals, exposed cable bundles, and wounded flesh. One leapt onto a Ravenwing rider's back and drove a blade beneath the helm seal before tearing with its beak until hot blood sprayed the corridor wall. Another jammed a rifle barrel into a bike's engine intake and rolled aside as the machine bucked and crushed its rider beneath it. Corvain killed the first with a chainsword across the chest, opening the Kroot from shoulder to hip in a wet fan of ribs and dark organs. The second came low. He kicked it aside and shot it through the skull. The third caught his sword arm in both talons and bit into the wrist joint of his gauntlet, worrying at the weakness with savage intelligence. Corvain headbutted it hard enough to crack its beak, then drove a combat blade up beneath its jaw and into the brain. The spire became primitive. No clean ranges, no marker-light constellations. Beaks, blades, teeth, chainswords, bolt pistols, broken helms, snapped quills, black armor grinding against alien bone. Kroot died laughing in rasping clicks and trying to swallow pieces of the warriors who killed them. Ravenwing died cursing through Vox grills as Talons found the wounds Toe guns had made earlier. At the heart of the lower spire, Shaper Grek waited beside the oxygen command node, rifle in hand, quills raised. Corvain limped into the chamber with 3 surviving riders. Grek inhaled. Dark meat, old oath, burned by blue guns, still standing. Corvain raised his pistol. Xenos filth. Yes, Grek said, but honest filth. Then the Kroot attacked. On the command network above, another Imperial signal intruded. Dark Angels command traffic from the rock, encrypted and partially broken by Toe listeners. Kais Montier allowed it through the amphitheater. Azrael's voice carried restraint under strain. Malrek, hold cleansing order. Civilians remain present in lower hab levels. Ravenwing elements are inside the spire. Interrogator Chaplain Malrek answered from the surface, his vox a growl wrapped in static and litany distortion. Kroot infestation has spread through the lower hab arteries. They are using the population as meat cover and movement screen. Prometheum will deny both. You will wait. I will not allow Xenos predators to gut our wounded because we feared smoke. Those are Imperial citizens. Those are compromised bodies. Inside a compromised zone. Kais Montier listened. He did not understand the spiritual weight of their argument, but he understood the tactical fracture. The Dark Angels were not clean. They did not bring mercy unalloyed. Their shame had teeth. Their mercy wore chains. Malrek gave the order. Promethium entered the lower hab levels through purifier lines, maintenance ducts and pressure vents. Dark Angel's flame units ignited it in controlled waves, meant to flush Kroot packs from hidden routes and deny their movement towards Spire Tertian's upper node. Controlled was a word men used before fire began making its own choices. The hab levels burned. Kroot came screaming from side passages, quills alight, skin blackening, some still running with blades raised until bolt fire punched them apart. Civilians burned with them. Thousands trapped behind drone barricades, and Imperial flame lines became silhouettes against orange light. Their voices flooded the Vox, pleading in broken High Gothic, Low Gothic, Trade Cant, and wordless animal sound. Some beat on sealed doors until their hands cooked to the metal. Some ran into the open and were cut down by drones that still enforced tow containment protocols. Others fell beneath burning Kroot, who died biting them. Azrael's voice, when it came again, was no longer calm. Malrek, the chaplain answered over the roar of flame. Mercy is a door through which defeat enters. Kai's Montoya marked the exchange for later exploitation. Useful. The Imperium's angels would burn their own to deny advantage. Good. Let the population hear it. Let the watercast shape it. Let every surviving civilian learn that the Tau choked them by increments and the Imperium burned them by decree. Survival would choose the cleaner hand, if shown enough corpses. Spire Tertian's command node died 6 minutes later. Corvain did not die with it. The Raven Wing Master emerged from the upper access wound, dragging half of Grek's broken rifle through his side like a spear. His armor was cut open in 4 places. His helm was gone. One eye had swollen shut beneath alien claw marks. In one fist, he held the Shaper's severed quill crest. Behind him, the oxygen node burned under melter charges. Air began returning to the sealed hab zones in uneven, gasping surges. The civilians who still lived inhaled smoke with their salvation. The Lion arrived after the fire. He came through the lower levels on foot, not through mist, not by miracle, but through black corridors where the walls ran with grease, promethium, and cooked blood. Vox traffic screamed around him. Dark Angels shouted casualty reports. Civilians begged. Kroot death rattles clicked in the dark. Fire suppression systems coughed and failed. The Primarch walked through all of it, with ash falling across his green armor, and fealty held bare in his hand. Malrek stood at the edge of the burned hab artery, Crozius planted on the floor, skull helm reflecting flame. Azrael's image flickered from a servo skull nearby, projected in blue ghost light. The Supreme Grand Master's face was hard with contained fury. The Lion looked at the burned passage. He looked at the dead civilians. He looked at the charred Kroot bodies, the Dark Angels wounded, the Ravenwing survivors, and Malrek. No public rebuke came. Kai's Montea had expected wrath, perhaps punishment, perhaps a fracture to widen. The Primarch gave him something colder. "Remember every voice you chose to silence," the Lion said to Malrek. "They will wait for you in judgment." Malrek bowed his skull helm. "I will meet them without shame, Father." "Then you have misunderstood shame." The Lion walked past him before the chaplain could answer. Kai's Montea closed the feed. The Montka had not killed the Primarch. It had not needed to. Across Gilead Secundus, the killing blow struck the Dark Angel's spine. The first teleport network died beneath a coordinated strike by stealth teams and seeker missiles, its Homer chamber collapsing into molten stone and torn bone. The second was overrun by drones that flooded its machine spirit with false coordinates before a rail strike cored the vault from orbit. The third detonated when Guevesa engineers, promised clean citizenship and their families' survival, overloaded the captured power stacks beneath it. Those engineers were executed afterward by their Tau handlers as contamination risks. The report entered the Watercast archive as administrative necessity. 2 Thunderhawk wings were caught on landing grounds marked by civilian distress beacons. Mantas came in low behind ash clouds, releasing missile storms and rail fire. Gunships died trying to lift. One rose 30 meters before a Seeker volley tore through its engines and dropped it nose first into a field hospital. Another exploded with its troop bay still full of green-armored warriors, the blast scattering limbs, bolters, and burning gene-wrought bodies across the landing zone. A Deathwing reserve chamber, hidden beneath a reliquary basilica, was breached by subterranean drones, and a fusion charge placed against the ancient wall. Terminators still unsealed from preparation rites died in their armor racks, bone plate becoming coffins before battle could claim them. A chaplain survived long enough to crawl through the wreckage and smash 3 drones with his Crozius, before a 4th cut his spine with a pulse beam. Kais Montier reviewed the results. The Dark Angels bled, not like Guela militia, not like guard regiments fed into open guns. They did not collapse. They did not rout. They absorbed the losses into silence and altered posture around the wound. That made them dangerous. It also made every successful strike meaningful. A force that did not panic could still be made slower. A blade that never dulled could still be denied the hand that guided it. Montka outcome, said a Firecast analyst. Partial success. Primarch force remains combat effective. Logistical spine degraded. Surface mobility reduced. Civilian sentiment destabilized. Ravenwing relay restoration estimated within 1 hour, if not further interdicted. Continue interdiction, Kais Montier said. Anil Kovash regarded the wider map. And the Forge Moon? Kais Montier looked to Barak Tertius. The moon hung in the hololith like an ember wrapped in iron. Imperial reinforcement signatures had begun translation near its outer defense zone. Among them moved something vast, larger than a knight, larger than a super-heavy column, a walking cathedral of void shields, reactor fury and weapon systems old enough to have names men prayed to. A warlord titan, its identity rune resolved through atmosphere and electronic interference. Invictus Bellator. Legio designation corrupted. Loyalist. God Engine class. Armed with Apocalypse missile launchers, volcano cannon, plasma annihilator, and enough secondary weaponry to erase cities by district. The Titan walked from its drop cradle onto the black plains of Barak Tertius, while Skitarii cohorts and guard armor formed around its feet. Its void shields shimmered in layered spheres. Its cathedral carapace carried statues, banners, and gun shrines. It bellowed its war horn into the ash, a sound so vast that even orbital microphones trembled. The humans thought their god had arrived. Fioro Tashavar's voice entered the command amphitheater, thin with controlled excitement. Godslayer array initial synchronization complete. Kais Montier watched orbital rail accelerators align across the projection. Drone prediction engines formed a lattice. Surface Pathfinder relays painted atmospheric distortion. Battlesuit lased targeting nodes locked onto shield harmonics. The array did not fire like a gun. It reasoned, adjusted, waited for the warlord's stride to place mass, shield, and reactor in perfect relation. Fire, Kovash said. The Godslayer array woke. A line of white death fell from orbit. It passed through the Warlord Titan's void shields, as if the shields were old smoke, overloading them layer by layer in less than a heartbeat. It struck the God Engine through the head, vaporizing Princeps, Moderati, Command Throne, Skull Altar, and sanctified Cogitator banks. The beam continued through the neck assembly, reactor spine, and cathedral carapace. Armor meant to endure sieges became incandescent ruin. The volcano cannon discharged into the ground as the Titan fell, cutting a canyon through its own Skitarii escorts. The plasma annihilator ruptured. The reactor screamed. Invictus Bellator died in one clean line. Its fall took an army with it. The God Engine crashed onto the plains of Barak Tertius and burst, hurling cathedral towers, weapon limbs, molten adamantium, and burning human bodies across kilometers of forge ash. The shockwave flattened regiments. Tanks flipped like toys. Skitarii vanished. Beneath incandescent debris, men who had cheered its horn were reduced to shadows burned into the ground. Kais Montier watched the expanding fireball reflect in the hololith. Around him, the patient blade remained quiet. Kovash folded his hands. "Let the Imperium see," the ethereal said. "Their gods can die cleanly." Kais Montier looked from the dead Titan to the unresolved green rune still moving on Gilead Secundus. "One god has," he said. He did not say what all of them understood. The next would be harder. Fioo Borkan Tashavar had never hated the Imperium. Hatred was an indulgence of hot blood, poor discipline, and inadequate distance. Hatred made commanders rush. Hatred made engineers overbuild weapons to satisfy emotion rather than requirement. Hatred made the Guela pray over guns that jammed, scream at engines that failed, and decorate machines with bones when clean maintenance would have served better. Hatred was inefficient matter moving through inefficient thought. Tashavar preferred correction. He watched Barak Tertius rotate beneath the orbital lattice and saw no enemy world. He saw mass arranged in hostile patterns, manufactorum continents, forge shrines, reactor fields, ammunition cities, rail yards large enough to be seen from orbit, smokestacks vomiting black columns into a sulfur sky, barracks hives, servitor vats, Skitarii processional roads, macro cannon causeways, cathedrals built around engines whose function had been forgotten by those who worshipped them. It was waste pretending to be civilization. The Godslayer array would reduce that waste, not through rage, not through vengeance, through clarity, fewer shots, fewer wars, faster compliance. The machine was moral because it shortened resistance. A dead Titan could not inspire 10 more cities to defy evacuation orders. A severed command bastion could not broadcast martyrdom hymns into underhive networks. A Primarch broken beneath sufficient force would become the most useful lesson the Karen Vale could receive. Tashavar did not want suffering to continue. He wanted it calculated, applied, and ended. The orbital command node around him hummed with beautiful restraint. It was not a shrine, though lesser minds might have called it one. The chamber had been constructed within the spinal weapons cradle of a rail accelerator platform, suspended between reactor banks and prediction cores. White panels curved around him in clean arcs. Hollow displays floated in the air like controlled thought. Drones moved in silent loops, exchanging data packets with targeting engines, battlesuit relays, aircast vector stations, and ground-based marker webs. Earthcast adepts stood at their terminals in pale work mantles, their eyes reflecting streams of mathematics too fast for speech. Below them, Barak Tertius became war on a scale no single organism could understand and remain useful. The moon's manufactorum continents burned from horizon to horizon. Billions fought across them. Skitarii cohorts advanced in rigid blocks through ash storms, red robes snapping around brass limbs, galvanic rifles firing in cold arcs, while their tech priests sang kill equations through vox grills. Imperial guardsmen died by the million in trench belts, cut between forged temples, their laser guns flashing like sparks under a hammer. Servitors with saw arms and mining drills lurched through rubble, still obeying work orders rewritten into murder by desperate magi. Hive militia threw themselves behind barricades of machine parts and Saint Bones. Guevesa auxiliaries marched beneath TOW command drones, firing on the world that had birthed them. Fire warriors answered with pulse volleys. Drones moved in swarms above them. Crude packs flowed through refinery ruins, where the smoke was thick enough to hide beaks and blades. Crisis teams struck, vanished, struck again. Hammerheads prowled the ash avenues in hunter packs, their railguns cutting clean lines through tanks, shrines, and men. Devilfish waves released breacher squads into the mouths of manufactorum districts,
where pulse blasters turned defenders into burning shapes inside their own armor. Sky rays crouched behind drone curtains and filled the upper air with Seeker missiles. Broadsides formed railgun bastions on slag hills, each shot punching through bunker walls and leaving the soldiers inside spread across the rear chambers as red vapor. Riptides anchored the advance, ion.
Weapons glassing streets, shields flaring under return fire. Storm surges stood in artillery lines like patient execution towers, their stabilizers driven deep into the forge dust before they launched death across entire districts. Above them all, mantas moved like floating fortresses. The Imperium answered with everything it had left. Dark Angel's armor drove through the furnace haze, repulsors and land raiders grinding over the dead, while plasma incinerators burned white holes through battlesuits. Knights strode between macro pylons, ion shields flaring, chainswords roaring, thermal cannons turning tow vehicles into exploding suns. Guard super-heavy companies advanced beneath banners made black by soot, baneblades and shadow swords, firing until their barrels glowed and their crews drowned in heat. Basilisk batteries hammered from behind manufactorum walls. Macro cannon trains rolled along armored rail lines, each carriage a weapon shrine crewed by sweating men and lobotomized loaders. From orbit, Imperial lance strikes came down like the fingers of an angry god, carving glowing wounds into the moon's crust. Mechanicus kill choirs filled the noosphere with Binharic fury, and their battle hymns made servitors march into fire without hesitation. The battlefield became a machine that consumed thousands every minute. Tashavar admired the scale, even as he corrected it. Relay chain Ash 6 reports thermal distortion from Imperial lance impact, said one of his adepts. Compensate through ground marker lattice, Tashavar replied. Ravenwing interference continues in Western Manufacturum Belt. Feed them false transmitter warmth. Let them spend speed against ghosts. Primarch's signature unstable. That drew his full attention. The central hololith shifted. A green rune moved across Barak Tertius, through smoke, fire, and battlefield static. It should not have been on the Forge Moon. Strategic probability had placed the Primarch on Gilead Secundus for at least another engagement cycle. He had moved anyway, not by Thunderhawk, not by Teleport Homer, not through any corridor the array could map. Mist had appeared inside a Manufactorum courtyard under active Auspex watch. Then the lion had stepped out of it. Tashavar replayed the recording. A courtyard of dead Skitari and burning fire warriors. A circle of black mist forming around a broken statue of the Omnissiah. Hooded small things at the edge of the image, failing every identification tree. Then the giant in green, shield on arm, sword in hand, armor damaged but not diminished. He emerged as if distance were merely a convention he had chosen to ignore. The Godslayer array tried to lock. The rune blurred. Prediction engines searched for trajectory. None existed. Entry vector absent. Heat displacement impossible. Warp trace inconclusive. Teleportation markers negative. Gravitic disturbance minimal. Atmospheric bloom inconsistent with local conditions. No stable lock, said the adept. I see it. Tashavar brought up the cathedral battle data. Every movement recorded, every failed fire solution, every shield impact, every moment of blade contact, the Riptide's destruction, the Ghostkeel reactor event, the Primarch's altered pace before the killing stroke. It was beautiful in the way a catastrophic design flaw could be beautiful. Not random, never random, adaptive beyond predicted bounds. Do not target him, Tashavar said. The adept hesitated. Fio. Target the structures he protects. The hololith widened. Command posts, wounded Astartes mustering zones, evacuation corridors, relic armory vaults marked by Dark Angel's command traffic, Thunderhawk landing grounds, apothecarian tents, teleport preparation sanctums. The array could not hold the Primarch inside a coordinate cage, so it would punish the universe around him until his choices narrowed.
Fire sequence by priority. Make every shield he raises leave something else unguarded. The first Godslayer lance fell upon a Dark Angel's command post established in the shell of a forge basilica. The shot came down through cloud, ash, and void shield interference. It struck the roof, passed through stone, iron, prayer banners, command hololiths, and the men gathered beneath them. The building opened from top to foundation. A chaplain, 3 tech marines, dozens of chapter serfs, and 2 squads of battle brothers disappeared into white
force and molten ruin. The blast wave rolled outward through the Basilica district, ripping wounded guardsmen from their stretchers and slamming them against walls hard enough to leave wet silhouettes. The second shot took an evacuation route. A column of wounded Astartes and rescued Forge adepts was moving through a covered rail trench when the sky flashed. The rail trench became a river of fire. Power armor burst. Flesh inside boiled. Servitors walked 3 more steps while burning, because no one had told them to stop. Apothecaries died trying to shield gene seed canisters beneath their bodies, and when the heat reached them, the canisters ruptured with the brothers they had failed to save. The third shot destroyed a relic armory. Ancient plasma weapons, stasis-sealed blades, Terminator plate components, old Calibanite banners, and Vault Guardians vanished beneath a single white line from orbit. The armory did not explode at once. It screamed through its machine spirits first. Then the plasma flasks cooked, and the entire district folded inward, dragging surrounding habstacks into a crater of blue fire. Tashavar felt no joy. Joy would have been imprecise. Array efficiency, he asked. Acceptable. Heat bloom with intolerance. Rail harmonics stable. Ground relay degradation minor. Continue. A new signal cut across the monitored Imperial command net, hard encrypted, partially broken by captured codes. Azrael. The Supreme Grandmaster's voice carried strain hidden beneath command iron. Father, the array has found our support structure. Withdraw from surface engagement. We can preserve command continuity from orbit, while fleet assets locate the platform chain. The reply came through battlefield distortion, lower and older. No. My lord, they are using you to expose our positions. Yes. Then deny them the target. A pause. Tashavar leaned closer, though the audio was already clear. A king who cannot be seen bleeding teaches only cowardice, said the lion. Azrael's answer was quieter. You are more than a king. I am what is required. The Primarch's rune moved to the front. Tashavar watched him leave cover. The lion walked into the open manufactorum plain between 2 collapsed reactor temples, where the dead lay so thick that his boots crushed armor, bone and rifle stocks with every step. Around him, Dark Angels tried to rally a broken push toward a tow relay bastion. The sky above was a bruise of smoke. Rail fire cut through it. Pulse rounds sparked across wreckage. Ion blasts turned piles of corpses into steam. The lion raised the Emperor's shield and advanced ahead of his sons, making himself the answer to every tow targeting engine that had been searching for him. Lock, Tashavar said. The array hesitated. Mist curled around the Primarch's ankles. The rune blurred at the edges. Lock through secondary protections, Tashavar corrected. Do not seek his center. Seek the ground he must cross. The prediction engines complied. Ground marker lights activated. Pathfinder teams painted broken masonry around him, not the armor itself. Battlesuit relays triangulated shield orientation. Orbital rails adjusted by fractions. Aircast stations cleared debris paths. Drone mines calculated the moment when his next step would place him between wounded Astartes behind him and a tow bastion ahead. Fire! The Godslayer array spoke. From orbit, the shot looked pure. From the surface, it was judgment without voice. A line of white force descended through the smoke and struck the Emperor's shield. It did not rebound. For one heartbeat, the shield held the light. The world around the lion died. The blast hurled him backward through a manufactorum wall thick enough to stop tank shells. Stone and adamantium disintegrated around him. Dozens of Astartes behind his advance were erased, their armor becoming fragments, their bodies becoming red vapor, their names becoming future oaths. Guardsmen vanished without sound. A dreadnought near the impact point was lifted from its feet. Sarcophagus cracked open. The ancient warrior inside reduced to cooked tissue and broken cables before the machine struck the ground. The floor of the manufactorum melted. Bone, ceramite, iron, ammunition and flesh became one incandescent crater. The Emperor's shield did not fail, but it did not spare everything. For the first time, the Primarch fell where Toe eyes could see him. The command node of the Godslayer array remained silent for 11 seconds. Then, the Firecast channels began to speak too quickly. Earthcast adepts confirmed the impact. Drone feeds searched the crater. Watercast propagandists requested usable imagery. Surface cadres reported a morale surge. Some fire warriors on Barak Tertius raised their weapons and struck them against their chest plates in restrained salute. A Riptide team commander transmitted that the Primarch had been neutralized pending confirmation. Tashavar waited. He did not believe in miracles. He believed in tolerances. Any organism had them. Any armor had them. Any shield had them. The array had exceeded the estimated survivability threshold of every transhuman class by orders of magnitude. If the target lived, the data would be more valuable than celebration. The crater moved. At first it was only rubble shifting. Then a gauntlet emerged from the molten edge. The lion rose. His armor was cracked across the breastplate. One pauldron hung damaged, its edge glowing from heat. His cloak burned behind him in black tatters. Blood ran from beneath his gorget, down the green plate, onto the ash. The Emperor's shield remained on his arm, its face smoking, its ancient surface scarred by a wound of light. Fealty was still in his other hand. For one moment, Barak Tertius heard the Imperium lose its mind. The battlefield vox filled with screams of worship. Guardsmen howled his name without knowing whether they were praying or warning the enemy. Skitarii kill choirs spiked into Binharic ecstasy. Dark angels who had been falling back rose from cover and advanced again. Wounded Astartes dragged themselves to their feet. A night pilot, seconds from reactor failure, turned his dying machine toward the tow line and charged while broadcasting the Lion's title until railguns cut him apart. The tow channels changed color. Emergency threat revisions cascaded across the array. Primarch class survivability exceeded. Direct orbital strike non-lethal. Shield response partially successful. Collateral effect severe. Target mobility retained. Psychological impact on Imperial forces extreme. Recommended doctrine update. Recommended doctrine update. Recommended doctrine update. Tashavar stared at the hololith. No biological organism should be able to continue, he whispered. The line remained in the chamber longer than he intended. A link opened from the patient blade. Chassokai's Montier's voice entered the array node, calm as a sealed blade. Then stop thinking of him as one. Tashavar's tool hand clicked once. On the surface, the lion looked upward, not toward the exact platform. The array's firing point had been masked through relay chains, reflected through drones, corrected by ground nodes, and carried across orbital geometry. Yet he looked upward, as if he had felt the hand behind the blow. Then he began giving orders. Tashavar listened through stolen Vox fragments and drone capture, piecing together what the Tau jamming could not fully suppress. Ravenwing, the lion said. Relay fires marked by origin bloom. Hunt them. Do not hold ground. Do not accept engagement. Kill the eyes and vanish. A second channel opened, thick with static and Deathwing oath code. Deathwing elements. Prepare teleport assault on control vaults beneath the western relay chain. Coordinates will follow when the mist opens. Azrael's voice cut in from orbit. Those reserves were held for the final breach. They are required now. They are all we have left uncommitted. Then they have waited long enough. You are asking me to spend the chapter's heart. The lion's reply carried no cruelty. That made it worse. I am asking you to remember what hearts are for. Tashavar watched the Imperial response begin. Ravenwing survivors moved like black knives across the furnace plains, no longer racing toward obvious objectives, but striking at marker relays whose heat signatures only the Primarch's analysis had revealed. A bike squadron vanished into smoke, emerged behind a Pathfinder nest, and left nothing but severed signal masts and bodies cut apart by plasma fire. A storm speeder rammed a drone tower after its engines failed, turning itself into a missile because returning alive had become less useful than killing. The relay. Land speeders skimmed through macro cannon smoke, firing into sensor spines and vanishing before hammerheads could align. The Deathwing came next. Teleport lightning struck beneath the western relay chain, not at the surface bastion where Tashavar's models had placed them, but inside old Mechanicus coolant vaults, thought inaccessible due to radiation flooding. Bone-white Terminators materialized among Earth-cast technicians and drone cores. Maces of absolution crushed consoles, skulls, and shield generators. Assault cannons filled the vaults with red mist and shredded alloy. Cyclone missiles detonated inside targeting stacks. One Deathwing Knight, already half dead from earlier wounds, held a blast door open with his body, while his brothers destroyed the relay beyond him. When the door finally closed, it cut him in half. His upper torso kept firing until the vault's atmosphere burned away. Azrael committed the reserves. Dark Angel's strike craft descended through railfire. Land raiders drove from hidden manufactorum shelters. Repulsors crossed toxic canals on grav fields. Hellblasters formed firing lines beneath ruined statues of machine saints and poured plasma into tow relay bunkers. The chapter master had kept those forces back to preserve the campaign's future. The lion had dragged the future into the present and ordered it to bleed. The Godslayer array adjusted. Tashavar fired again, but now the Primarch's damage had become information against him. Relay bloom exposed the western chain. Ravenwing destroyed 3 ground-laced nodes before the shot could refine. Deathwing interference corrupted shield harmonics. The array struck a command post the lion had already abandoned. It killed hundreds. It did not kill what mattered. Another shot fell on a Thunderhawk landing zone. The Thunderhawks had lifted seconds earlier, warned by a Ravenwing kill code transmitted through a dying rider's helm. The blast destroyed empty fuel tanks, corpses, and one abandoned apothecarian servitor still trying to catalogue limbs. Tashavar felt the first edge of frustration and removed it from himself. Emotion did not improve the machine. Shift to Barak Eastern Chain. Rebuild lock through Manta relays. Eastern Chain under assault. By whom? The answer came as a visual feed. Mist filled Relay Vault Ashara. Inside the hololith, the lion stood at the edge of visibility, bleeding into the fog. His armor was broken, his shield smoked. He should have been slower. He should have been contained by pain, damage, radiation, heat, and the simple demand of biology to stop moving after sufficient trauma. He was not. The Watchers stood around him like small black verdicts. The Primarch turned away from the battlefield and stepped into the shadow paths again. Blood fell from him as he moved. Each drop struck the floor and vanished beneath curling mist. Tashavar enlarged the image until static ate its edges. No biological organism should be able to continue, he said again, softer this time. Kai's Montaya remained linked, watching from the patient blade. Fioo, the Firecast commander said, you built a weapon to kill gods of iron. Yes. Now you are learning the error. Tashavar looked at the fading silhouette in the mist. What error? That some gods learned to hunt before they learned to rule. The relay vault feed died. For the first time in his life, Fioo Borkan Tashavar looked upon a machine of his own making and wondered whether it was large enough. The mist did not carry him as a teleportarium carried warriors. There was no thunderclap of translation. No machine spirit shrieking as it punched a hole through real space. No flash of caged lightning, no taste of coppered ozone, no sense of the immaterium clawing at armor seals and trying to learn the shape of a soul. The passage was older than such violence, stranger, quieter. Lionel Johnson walked through a forest that could not be. Black trees rose around him, their trunks wet with rain from a sky that was not there. Roots broke through metal decking and coiled around cables as thick as mortal torsos. Fog lay heavy between the trunks, glowing faintly where distant machine lumens tried and failed to define it. Branches scraped against walls that became stone, then adamantium, then bark, then the ribbed passageways of a sealed tow relay vault buried beneath Barak. Tertius. The world overlapped itself around him. One step carried him over moss. The next struck grated flooring, slick with coolant. The next crushed leaves that had fallen from trees, burned on Caliban 10,000 years before. The lion bled as he walked. The wound left by the Godslayer's strike ran hot beneath his armor. His side throbbed where cracked plate pressed against flesh. One knee actuator growled with every third step. The Emperor's shield smoked still, its old surface scarred by a white wound where orbital force had tried to write an ending upon it. Fealty rested in his hand, bare and patient. Pain made the path clearer. Pain was an honest tutor. It stripped away vanity. It removed the luxury of imprecision. It reminded the body that it was matter, and reminded the mind that matter could be made to obey. The watchers moved through the fog around him. Small hooded silhouettes appeared between roots and machine pillars, then vanished before his eye could settle upon them. One stood upon a pipe that had become a fallen branch. Another watched from beneath a cogitator bank whose screen displayed only static and the faint impression of a moonlit forest. They did not guide him in any manner he understood. They never had. Yet the path opened where they waited, and closed where they turned their hidden faces away. The tow sensors did not see them. The drones saw static. In the relay vault's outer monitoring ring, Earth-cast machines recorded impossible silhouettes moving between sealed corridors. Thermal grids showed cold spaces shaped like trees. Grav sensors reported mass where no mass stood. Corridor auspex logged root structures pushing through ceramic alloy, then corrected the data, then logged them again. Drone logic compared the images to known Imperial teleportation, psycho manifestation, demonic incursion, camouflage distortion, electromagnetic bloom, and sensor corruption. No match. The machines began to repeat themselves. Pattern error, pattern error, pattern error. Fear did not come naturally to machines. The tow operating them supplied enough for both. The lion emerged inside a sealed corridor with no door open behind him. Alarms woke at once. White lumens flashed blue. Blast shutters dropped from the ceiling and sealed the passage ahead and behind. Grav plates shifted beneath his boots, turning heavy enough to drag a mortal man to his knees. Automated turrets unfolded from wall recesses, their barrels already hot. Drones spilled from ceiling vents in ordered swarms, gun mounts deployed, lenses adjusting. The lion raised the Emperor's shield. The first volley struck. Pulse fire burst across the relic in blue-white flares. Rail flechettes sparked from its rim. Micro-missiles detonated against his left flank, hammering cracked armor and spraying him with fragments of wall plating. The corridor was narrow. Too narrow for easy movement. Too low for the full sweep of fealty. Too clean and straight, designed by minds that preferred geometry to fear. A clever trap. The lion advanced anyway. Fealty's first cut was not the great arc he would have used in the open. It was a short, brutal sweep at waist height, blade tip kissing both walls as it passed. Drones fell in halves, their grav motors whining as they struck the floor. Another swarm descended. He reversed the blade and cut upward, splitting 4 more in a storm of sparks and broken casings. The corridor filled with smoke, hot metal, and the smell of alien propellant. The gravity shifted. The floor tried to throw him sideways as the wall to his right opened and became another corridor. Fire came from that angle before the architecture finished moving. Crisis suits waited beyond the new gap, braced in the folding machinery, weapons aligned to the space his body occupied. The toe had built the relay vault to fight him like a closing fist. The Lion lowered his shoulder and drove through the fire. Fusion heat struck the Emperor's shield at arm's length. The blast should have removed him from the corridor and painted the far wall with the remainder. Instead, gold light flared. The shield took the sun into itself, and the reflected force slammed back through the gap. One crisis suit vanished inside its own armor, as pilot, control throne, and reactor all became a single burst of meat and plasma. The second suit lost both arms and staggered backward, leaking coolant and blood. Fealty punched through its chest before it could fall. The third retreated, disciplined even then. The Lion let it withdraw 3 steps. Then he took those steps away from it. His blade entered beneath the cockpit ridge and emerged through the suit's spine. He twisted, felt the pilot come apart inside, and used the dying machine as a shield when the next turret bank opened fire. Somewhere deeper in the vault, Fioo Tashavar spoke through the vox. His voice was calm, dry, and sharpened by signal compression. "You are not immortal," said the Earthcast engineer. "You are only difficult to kill." The Lion tore Fealty free from the battlesuit and let it collapse. "That has been enough for every monster I have ever met." The corridor ahead split open. The true vault revealed itself in layers. Rail capacitors rose like towers around a central targeting core, each one bound in cooling veins and humming with caged force. Drone brains hung in crystal housings, transmitting predictive webs toward the orbital platforms above. Plasma coils pulsed in recessed wells, feeding shield harmonics into the Godslayer array. Earthcast adepts moved behind transparent blast screens, hands flickering over command surfaces. Elite crisis teams stood in stacked firing galleries, shield drones orbiting them in tight halos. Automated turrets tracked the Lion from ceiling and floor alike. At the vault center waited the assassin. The prototype battlesuit was larger than a ghost keel, but leaner than a riptide, its armor plates layered in broken gray and shadowed white. Its field generators bent the air around it, not enough to hide it from the Lion, but enough to make lesser targeting spirits doubt what they saw. Fusion clusters mounted along its forearms. Grav inhibitor veins unfolded from its back. Beneath one shoulder, a rail-accelerated flechette spine locked into place like the sting of some engineered insect. The machine had been made for him. The Lion found the idea almost courteous. The vault attacked. Gravity trebled. The air thickened. Drones flooded the chamber in black swarms, every weapon firing. Crisis teams opened from above, not to kill him at once, but to force his shield angle. Turrets stitched the floor around his boots. Blast doors folded through the chamber, changing lanes, narrowing routes, cutting sightlines, trying to make his size a prison. The assassin suit did not advance. It waited while the vault pressed him smaller. Good, the Lion thought. Let it believe patience was safety. He moved. Fealty cleared drones by the dozen, not with wide heroic sweeps, but with controlled cuts that made each broken machine fall into another. Shield first, step, cut, turn, strike. A drone burst against his pauldron. A rail flechette scraped along his helm and tore a line across his cheek. Pulse fire burned through a damaged plate at his ribs and kissed flesh beneath. His armor burned. His blood ran. His pace did not change. A crisis team dropped into a lower angle, expecting the blast door to force him left. He went right before the door finished closing. The Emperor's shield smashed into the edge of the moving wall. Ancient relic field met alien machinery. The door buckled. The Lion forced through the narrowing gap, plate grinding against plate, sparks cascading across his armor. A crisis pilot tried to lift away. Fealty's strike profile punched through the suit's central core and impaled the toe within. The next suit fired into its dying ally rather than let the lion use it as cover. Efficient, ruthless, not enough. The lion struck the floor with the shield. The impact cracked the grav plate beneath him. For one heartbeat, the chamber's weight field stuttered. That heartbeat was sufficient. He was through the firing line before the toe could correct. The assassin suit fired its flechette spine. The projectile crossed the vault faster than sound could confess its passing. It struck beneath the lion's right arm, where the Godslayer's earlier wound had weakened the armor seal. The spine punched through ceramite, through flesh, and lodged deep. Pain flared white across his side. The grav inhibitors screamed to life, trying to anchor the spike, trying to pin him in place for the fusion clusters already charging. The lion did not stop. He reached across his own body, gripped the protruding spine, and broke it off inside himself. The act hurt. That was all. He advanced. The assassin fired both. Fusion clusters. The Emperor's shield rose and caught the blasts at close range. Gold light filled the vault. The shield's face burned bright enough to blind nearby drones. The lion came through the glare with fealty low. The assassin suit stepped back. Too late. The lion seized its right arm with his shield hand and tore. The limb came away in a shriek of alloy, control fibers, hydraulic fluid, and pilot panic. Fusion capacitors ruptured along the torn shoulder, spilling blue fire across the floor. The suit struck at him with its remaining arm. He accepted the blow against his pauldron, felt armor crack, and drove fealty through the pilot compartment. Not deep enough to kill at once, deep enough to open it. He wrenched the sword sideways. The cockpit split. The pilot inside looked up at him, blood floating in the suit's pressure gel, eyes wide and black and full of mathematical terror. The lion ended him with a thrust through the throat and command collar. The assassin's suit died standing. He kicked it aside and turned toward the central control dais. Tashavar stood behind a transparent shield wall in the upper command cradle, one natural hand on a console, one tool hand locked into the vault's master control. He was smaller than the warriors dying for him, shorter, softer, almost fragile in his pale earth-cast mantle. Yet the lion knew him for what he was, not lesser, different. The mind behind the white line from orbit, the maker of the weapon that had killed a god engine and tried to kill him by murdering what he protected. The lion could have reached him then. He did not. Instead, he killed the vault. He walked to the first plasma coil and drove fealty through its containment ribs. The coil ruptured, vomiting blue fire and white steam. Earthcast adepts screamed behind their screens as warning runes turned every surface red. He crushed a drone brain housing beneath the Emperor's shield, and the crystal burst outward in a rain of shards and dead machine thought. He severed rail capacitor conduits with 3 precise cuts, each one placed where it would spread failure rather than isolate it. He struck the targeting logic tower at its base and watched the Godslayer's local mind begin to choke. Drones hurled themselves at him. He ignored most until they came close enough to matter. Tashavar's voice returned, thinner now. You could kill me. Yes. Why delay? The lion broke another relay spine. Across the vault, orbital targeting data fragmented into static, so that you understand what dies first. The next capacitor overloaded. The explosion killed 2 crisis suits and hurled their bodies into the command wall. One pilot struck the shield screen hard enough to burst, smearing blue-black blood across the transparency before sliding down in pieces. Tashavar watched. The lion made him watch. He destroyed the mind of the weapon before the maker, not in rage, not as theater for an audience, but because some deaths deserved order. The array had reasoned. It had chosen. It had reached from the void and made a battlefield into arithmetic. So the lion took away its thoughts one by one. Targeting logic burned. Drone brains split. Signal relays screamed themselves blind. Plasma coils ruptured. Rail harmonics collapsed into useless thunder. Every elegant line of tow engineering became heat, shrapnel, and failure. Only then did he climb the steps to the command cradle. The shield wall tried to close. He passed through it with the Emperor's shield first. The barrier shrieked, bent around the relic field, and burst. Tashavar did not run. The Lion respected that more than he wished to. The Earth-cast engineer looked up at him through drifting smoke and raining sparks. His natural hand trembled. His tool hand remained locked to the dying console, still trying to save fractions of the system, even as the vault collapsed around him. "The Tau are the future," Tashavar said. "Not because we are strongest, because we adapt, because we build, because we do not mistake age for right." The Lion stepped closer. "The Imperium you defend is a corpse," Tashavar continued. "A starvation engine, a cathedral built from ignorance and bodies. Your species has no right to rule the stars. It barely has the discipline to survive them." The Lion did not answer at once. Around them, the relay vault screamed. Somewhere beneath the floor, ammunition cooked off. A dying crisis suit twitched against a wall, its pilot trying to breathe through a punctured lung. The watchers stood at the edge of the chamber, unseen by tow instruments, their hidden faces turned toward the engineer. "You are not wrong about the corpse," the Lion said. Tashavar's eyes narrowed. The Lion raised fealty. "The dead still have teeth." He executed the engineer with a single stroke. Tashavar's head struck the console and rolled across the dying command cradle. His tool hand remained attached to the master control for several seconds, fingers twitching through final commands until the Lion severed the cable bundle beneath it. The relay vault began to overload in truth. Warnings screamed in Tau, Binharik stolen from Mechanicus systems, and machine code beyond language. The central rail capacitor split from top to base, pouring white lightning into the floor. Shield drones spun helplessly in widening circles before exploding. Plasma coils detonated one after another, their bursts moving through the vault like a funeral procession made of suns. The Lion stood amid the ruin until the last targeting tower went dark. Across orbit, 1/3 of the Godslayer array went blind. The Lion turned away from Tashavar's body. Mist gathered at his feet. His wound bled freely now, each drop falling hot onto the buckling floor. The broken flechette spine remained buried in his side. He would remove it when time permitted. Time did not. The watchers waited among the impossible trees forming where the vault walls used to be. He entered the fog. Behind him, the relay vault died. Aboard the patient blade, Chassot Kais Montaire watched an entire third of the Godslayer lattice vanish from the hololith. Earthcast icons went black. Relay chains dissolved. Orbital rails lost synchronization. Ground marker webs collapsed into local control. Fioo Tashavar's life sign ended, recorded without ceremony by the system he had built. Arnold Kovash stood beside the display, expression unchanged. "Loss assessment," the ethereal said. Kais Montaire did not mourn. Mourning was for those who imagined war could be made clean by regret. "Severe," he said. "Recoverable only if Barak Tertius remains stable. The Primarch is inside the lattice. He will continue to blind it. Can he be stopped?" Kais Montier looked at the blank space where the relay vault had been. "No." The ethereal turned his serene gaze upon the burning moon below. "Then begin final contingency." Kais Montier entered the command code himself. Across the TOW orbital network, planetary denial systems woke from guarded silence. Atmosphere kill paths opened. Reactor destabilization projections unfolded. Seismic strike plans armed. Aircast vessels shifted into extermination geometry. If the weapon could not kill the beast inside the machine, then the machine would be buried beneath the planet's corpse. Kais Montaire watched Barak Tertius burn. "Kill the planet," he said. The Tau fleet changed shape around Barak Tertius, and Azrael understood that the war had entered its most honest hour. Occupation had a rhythm. It had supply lanes, patrol arcs, landing corridors, escort patterns, prisoner traffic, and the slow tightening of control around beaten cities. Even alien conquest could be read if one studied long enough. The TOW had wanted worlds intact. They had wanted workers breathing, forges captured, harvest basins preserved, orbital stations repurposed, and populations classified into usefulness. Now their formation shed that patience. The Corvatra broke from the geometry of possession and entered the geometry of denial. On the Strategium hololith of the damaged strike cruiser Sword of Caliban, Azrael watched pale enemy icons shift into extermination arcs around Barak Tertius. Aircast vessels moved like knives around a body already pinned to the table. Mantas withdrew from troop ferry paths and climbed into high atmosphere. Orbital rail platforms altered rotation toward forge reactor chains, hive stacks, coolant oceans, and continental manufacturum arteries. Drone flotillas spread outward to form disposable screens. Seeker missile barges drifted behind them. Grav distorters woke in the debris fields, bending Auspex returns until the void itself seemed to lie. If Barak Tertius could not be held, the tower would render it unusable, not out of spite, not as revenge, as policy. Azrael's command throne had been bolted to the strike cruiser's secondary strategium after the primary bridge took a rail lance through its forward observation shrine. The Sword of Caliban still lived, though its machine spirit raged in pain through every deck. Its chapel had no roof. Its portside launch bay vented fire into the void. Entire gun crews had died standing at their posts, fused to command cradles by electrical backwash. The air tasted of hot copper, incense, void sealant, and cooked flesh. Servitors dragged the dead away by their ankles, smearing blood across the black deck until robed serfs threw ash over it and returned to their stations. The Rock coordinated the wider war from high anchor beyond the worst of the tow rail net, its enormous presence burning on every loyalist display like a mountain that had learned wrath. But Azrael had chosen the Sword of Caliban for the forward command push. From here, nearer the bleeding edge, he could see the enemy's movements without the delay of sanctified distance. He could feel the cost. Imperial ships burned everywhere. A frigate of the Angels of Vengeance turned slowly end over end, its spine broken by a rail lance, its lance batteries still firing blind as its crew suffocated deck by deck. A Mechanicus supply hulk died without explosion, carved open by Seeker impacts and boarded by drones that poured through rent armor to murder engine seers at their shrines. A battle barge of a successor. Chapter limped beneath failing void shields, while barracudas and mantas harried its launch bays. Escort vessels vanished behind drone swarms. Void shields flared like dying suns, each impact painting the dark with brief violent color before the next shot found weakened armor. The Tau would not give the Imperium the war its captains desired. They refused broadside range. They refused the grand exchange, the honorable alignment of gun decks, the furious massing of hulls beneath banners and oaths. They struck from distance, dispersed, feinted, hid behind drones, vanished behind gravitic distortion, and forced every Imperial lance to choose between decoys and empty space. They bled the unforgiven with geometry. Azrael hated them with a coldness he reserved for intelligent enemies. Enemy denial pattern expanding over Barak's southern manufacturum belt, said Master Barakiel from the Vox altar. A strip of blood had dried beneath one of his eyes, but he had not acknowledged the wound. Projected strike targets include reactor chains, Athan, Marduk, and Seraphax. Oceanic coolant basin readings show aircast vessels aligning for atmospheric boil. Their intent: render the moon incapable of production for at least 1 century, possibly trigger cascading tectonic failure if forge reactors are breached in sequence. Azrael looked to the hololith. They would kill what they cannot take. Interrogator Chaplain Malrek stood beside the command dais, skull-helm turned toward the burning projection. His Crozius was slick with blood from a boarding defense minutes earlier, when a tow drone breach had reached the Strategium's outer doors. Then they have learned one lesson from mankind. Azrael said nothing. It was not the time to rebuke truth. The forward auger feed flashed. Boarding solution achieved, Barakiel said. Patient blade exposed for 11 seconds. Void shield disruption confirmed along dorsal carrier spine. Boarding torpedoes away. Azrael leaned forward. Across the void, through wreckage, fire and drone screens, Dark Angel's boarding torpedoes screamed toward the TOW orbital command carrier. Most died before impact. Rail fire cut them apart. Drone interceptors flung themselves into their paths. Seeker missiles detonated among them in silent flowers of wreckage. But not all. Some reached the hull. They struck the patient blade like iron teeth. For a heartbeat, the TOW carrier's pale dorsal armor vanished beneath blossoms of breach fire. The boarding torpedoes drilled, burned and punched inward. Assault ramps blew open. Deathwing terminators strode into alien light. Azrael took the feed into his helm. The interior of the patient blade offended him. It was too clean. White corridors curved without ornament. Blue light glowed from recessed seams. Armories stood sealed behind transparent fields, their weapons arranged by function rather than honor. No saints watched from the walls. No candles burned. No skulls carried memory. No parchment oaths hung from weapon racks. There was only sterile order, the arrogance of a young empire that had not yet learned to fear the dust beneath its own feet. Then, the Deathwing brought the cathedral into it. Storm bolters opened with disciplined fury. Bolt shells detonated fire warriors against the white walls, turning clean panels into red ruin. Assault cannons filled corridors with brass casings and torn armor. Maces of absolution crushed drone housings, fire-cast helms and shield generators. Terminator boots ground broken optics and alien teeth into the floor. Tech Marines carrying breaching charges followed behind them, servo arms ripping apart door seals, while chaplains recited judgment through vox grills. The TOW fought as they had fought everywhere, calmly. They fell back through pre-planned kill boxes, never clinging to ground for pride. Fire warriors fired in pairs, one line kneeling, one line withdrawing. Breacher teams emerged from side chambers and unleashed pulse blasters at point-blank range, their shots striking Deathwing plate hard enough to blacken bone armor and blast chunks from ceramite. Shield drones hurled themselves into storm bolter fire, dying so that their living masters could retreat 3 more meters. Bulkheads opened in places no Imperial architect would have permitted, and battlesuits punched through from maintenance voids to flank the Terminators, firing into rear armor before withdrawing behind closing blast doors. The boarding became 2 different religions of war, murdering each other in a corridor. Gothic brutality against sterile mathematics, ancient oaths against caste discipline, bone-white armor against clean blue light. Azrael watched Brother Sergeant Arias in the center of the forward feed. The sergeant should not have been alive after Transit Cathedral Deltor. His armor had been repaired in haste, not restored. One leg dragged a fraction behind the other. The left side of his torso bore fresh plates still unpainted, raw ceramite bolted over older wounds. His storm shield was gone, replaced by a boarding shield taken from a dead brother. His thunder hammer was chained to his wrist because his gauntlet could no longer close properly around the grip. He advanced anyway. Arias led his squad through a TOW armory chamber where fire warriors had turned weapon racks into layered barricades. Pulse fire hammered the Deathwing. 2 Terminators fell in the breach. Arias took a rail rifle hit through the hip and staggered, but did not stop. His hammer rose, fell, and reduced a breacher team leader to paste inside ruined armor. Another shot took him through the knee. His leg vanished below the joint in a burst of shattered ceramite and blood. He fell, then crawled. Azrael's hand tightened on the armrest. "Arias," he said, though the sergeant could not hear him through the feed. The Deathwing around Arias tried to close ranks, but battlesuits came through the bulkhead behind them. Crisis armor in pale white and ochre, weapons hot, shield drones moving before them like sacrificial insects. Overlapping rail rifle fire struck the fallen sergeant again. His other leg came apart. One shot punched through his abdomen, his armor filled with blood. The feed from his helm flickered, dipped, rose, dragged by stubborn hands across the floor. Arius crawled beneath the battlesuits. His vox opened to the chapter command net. It carried blood, static, and the sound of a ruined chest fighting to breathe. "I go where light fails," he said. A rail shot struck his pauldron and spun him onto his back. He rolled again, forcing himself forward by one elbow and the broken remains of his armor's servo strength. "I strike where honor commands." A fire warrior saw the charges too late. Arius had dragged crack charges beneath the battlesuit team, Mag locking them to the deck under the enemy's feet as he crawled through his own blood. One hand rose, fingers slick, thumb hovering over the rune. "I die with secrets unbroken." The charges detonated. The corridor disappeared in fire, meat and white armor. 3 battlesuits were blown upward into the ceiling and came down as burning fragments. Shield drones burst like glass hearts. Fire warriors vanished behind a wall of shrapnel and blood mist. Arius's rune went black. For a moment, Azrael heard nothing but the strike cruisers. Wounded engines. Malrek bowed his skull helm. He died well. Azrael did not trust himself to answer. A new image formed above the hololith. Blue and white static gathered into the angular shape of a Tau commander in battlesuit armor. Chassot Kais Montier. His face was visible within a field projection, one black eye catching the light, his expression neither triumphant nor strained. Around him, the background showed not panic, but command order. The patient blade had been wounded. It had not been broken. "Supreme Grand Master Azrael," said Kais Montier through machine translation, "your warriors have purchased communication." Azrael rose from the command throne. "You have purchased your death." "Incorrect. My death is possible. It is not yet probable." Malrek made a low, growling sound. Azrael silenced him with a raised hand. Kais Montier continued, "The Karen Vale cannot be restored to your empire without unacceptable cost. 3 worlds are already in stable compliance. Their administrations have been replaced. Their food chains run through our vessels. Their populations have begun transition. Abandon them, and the Tau fleet will withdraw from Barak Tertius and Gilead Secundus without further planetary denial." Azrael stared at him. "You offer to leave with stolen worlds and call it peace. I offer arithmetic. You can retain ruins and honor, or you can preserve functioning populations under our guidance. Refusal will result in increased dead on both sides. The Imperium does not bargain away the Emperor's worlds. The Imperium loses worlds every hour. Not to you." Kais Montier tilted his head slightly. "Your Primarch understands sacrifice. Do you?" Azrael's voice hardened. "Do not speak of him. I speak of what I have observed. He spends lives to alter outcomes. You spend them to protect meaning. Meaning is expensive. Enough. The offer remains for 1 minute. It is refused." The Tau commander did not sigh. He did not smile. He did not threaten. That made the next words colder. "Then your dead have purchased nothing." The hololink dissolved. "Track source," Azrael said. "Signal dispersed through carrier relay lattice," Barakiel answered. "No precise lock. Continue boarding assault. Deathwing forward teams report severe resistance. Patient blade inner hull intact. Enemy withdrawal corridors active. Push harder." Before Barakiel could acknowledge, another intercepted channel rose through the Vox altar, marked watercast encryption, but routed beneath ethereal authority. It had not been meant for Imperial ears. The Rock's codebreakers dragged it into the Strategium piece by piece. Anil Kovash's voice came through, soft and serene. "Compromised Gueveza populations within reclamation risk zones are to be terminated. Do not permit Imperial forces to recover them as witnesses, martyrs, or re-indoctrinated assets. Transport stations are to be cleansed by vacuum where ammunition expenditure is unnecessary. Record civilian regret statement for later archival use." Azrael watched new icons flare across the hololith. Human auxiliary barracks aboard Tau transport stations sealed all at once. Millions of heat signatures clustered inside vast compartments above Gilead and Barak. Men who had served the Tau under hunger, fear, promise, or cowardice. Some were soldiers, some were laborers, some were families used to hold soldiers obedient. Doors locked, atmosphere warnings flashed. Then the compartments vented to space. The hololith showed no screams, only heat leaving bodies. Millions of humans tumbled into the void in spreading clouds. Guevesa officers, children of collaborators, medici workers, labor gangs, barracks priests who had rewritten prayers to the greater good, men who had fired on imperial lines, and men who had only carried crates. All of them became debris, spinning among frozen blood, ration packets, torn blankets, and the pale flash of tow station lights. The greater good ate its own tools when tools became liabilities. Malrek spoke first. Traitors meeting judgment. Azrael looked at the floating bodies until the tactical overlay mercifully blurred them into mass icons. No, witnesses being silenced. The Lion's command rune appeared across the forward net. His voice entered the strategium without. Herald, as it always did now. The Tau are moving to planetary denial. Azrael turned toward the Vox icon. Confirmed. Barak Tertius reactor chains are targeted. Coolant basins as well. We are attempting interdiction. You will not stop every strike. We must. No. The word struck harder than an order. The hololith shifted as the Lion transmitted new coordinates from the surface of Barak Tertius. 3 manufactorum continents glowed red: Athan, Marduk, Seraphax. Each housed reactor networks, forge populations, evacuation lines, guard armies, servitor districts, armor depots, and machine temples still partially under Imperial control. Azrael saw the pattern before the Lion explained it. No, he said. The Lion ignored the refusal. Their targeting lattice requires atmospheric clarity over the equatorial kill band. We will deny it. Overload the reactor continents. Detonate ammunition strata. Burn the coolant vapors. The resulting ash, radiation, and electromagnetic storm will blind orbital targeting long enough to preserve the northern hive stacks and the remaining forge core. Those continents are still inhabited. Yes. By hundreds of millions. Yes. Azrael felt every warrior on the strategium go still. My lord, Barakiel said carefully, evacuation is incomplete. It will remain incomplete, said the Lion. Azrael stepped closer to the hololith until Barak Tertius burned across his armor. There must be another way. There are many other ways. They save fewer. The answer was not cruel in tone. It was worse. It was certain. Azrael looked at Athan's population estimates, at Marduk's evacuation corridors, at Seraphax's manufactorum cathedrals, at guard regiments still fighting there, Skitari cohorts still broadcasting kill hymns, civilians still being moved through rail tunnels, servitors still dragging ammunition into guns, dark angels wounded still waiting for Thunderhawk extraction. He saw the ash storm the Lion intended to make. He saw the Tau orbital geometry falter beneath it. He saw the northern hive stacks survive. He saw billions saved. He also saw the price. Order confirmation required, said a Mechanicus liaison, voice reduced to a whisper. Azrael did not answer. He could not. The Lion did. Confirmed. Across Barak Tertius, the Imperium killed 3 of its own continents. Reactor priests received the command and wept oil through augmetic eyes before obeying. Tech Marines entered overload codes into systems older than their chapter. Guard commanders held their lines without being told why the sky behind them had turned white. Servitors continued working until the heat unmade them. Skitari cohorts marched into sealed gates and became part of the firebreak. Civilians in transit tunnels looked up as the walls began to glow. Athan went first. Its reactor chain split from below, a line of suns bursting through manufactorum crust. Forge towers lifted into the air on columns of plasma. Macro cannon trains melted on their rails. Men became shadows. Tanks became boiling metal. The continent's atmosphere rose in a black-red pillar. Marduk followed, detonating through ammunition strata and promethium oceans stored beneath the industrial mantle. The explosion rolled outward in rings, each one chewing through cities, armies, Kroot packs, tow armor columns, and Imperial defenders alike. A storm surge line vanished beneath a wall of burning gas. A Baneblade company disappeared in the same breath. Seraphax died last and dirtiest. Its coolant basins flashed into radioactive steam. Electromagnetic storms screamed upward through the atmosphere. Ash thickened until orbital augers choked. Tow marker relays went blind by the thousand. The Godslayer's remaining chains lost precision. Rail platforms fired and struck empty firestorms where cities had been minutes before. Aircast vessels scattered from debris plumes and radiation surges. The firebreak worked. Hundreds of millions died inside it. On the hololith, the northern hive stacks remained. Azrael stood in silence, while the strategium around him continued the war. Orders passed, ships burned, boarding teams fought deeper into the patient blade. The rock shifted its guns. Tau denial arcs faltered and reformed. Barak Tertius screamed beneath a sky of ash and man-made hell. He understood then that the lion had not returned to save them from the darkness. He had returned to teach them how to survive inside it. Azrael's voice, when it came, was barely more than breath. "Father, what are we becoming?" For several heartbeats, only static answered. Then the lion's voice came over the vox, low, ancient, and without comfort. What we were made to be. Anil Kovash had chosen the governor's palace because the humans had believed it beautiful. That mattered. Beauty was not merely ornament. Beauty was compliance made visible. Beauty told a population where power lived, where the eyes should rise, where the knees should bend. The old imperial palace had been built above the central hive spine of Gilead Secundus, high enough to look down upon cathedral districts, manufactorum scars, pilgrim roads, execution squares, and the black mouths of transit tunnels. Its walls were made of veined stone, dragged from dead quarries on the planet's far hemisphere. Its balconies had been shaped like open wings. Its audience halls had been crowded with statues of generals, cardinals, martyrs, and saints, each one carved with the same arrogant grief that infected all human monuments. Kovash had not destroyed it. Destruction was for things without use. He had corrected it. The statues remained, but their eyes were covered in pale cloth. The aquila above the central arch had not been torn down. It had been veiled behind a translucent blue screen, displaying the symbol of the Tau Empire. The throne room had become a command sanctuary. The governor's private chapel had become a medical review chamber. The confession cells had been repurposed as interrogation offices for population reclassification. In the palace gardens, where the dead governor had once walked beneath imported cypress trees and servo skulls bearing incense, the earth caste had installed artificial groves of white ceramic branches, perfumed air vents, sound dampeners, and nutrient-fed moss that required no sun. Kovash walked there now. Outside the shielded walls, millions died in ash storms. Inside, the air was clean, warm, and faintly scented with rain that had never fallen on this world. Water moved through shallow channels cut between white stones. Drones hovered quietly among the artificial trees, their weapons folded, their lenses lowered in deference. The garden's sky was a false dome, showing blue daylight above a city that no longer possessed such a thing. It was a gentle lie, and Kovash did not despise lies when they healed the mind toward useful obedience. Beyond the palace void shields, Gilead Secundus choked. Ash from Barak Tertius drifted through the upper atmosphere in long black curtains. The Manufactorum Moon's suicide fires had poisoned half the system's targeting clarity and filled the Vox with human screams, machine howls, and radiation noise. Across the Hive Cathedral world, drone barricades held trembling populations in place. Fire-cast cadres withdrew from untenable districts and fortified the palace approaches. Guevesa formations awaited final orders beneath tow banners, their faces hidden behind rebreathers, their hands tight on weapons they had been taught to call liberation. Kovash stopped beside an artificial pool. Its surface reflected his face without distortion, calm, unmarked, composed. The war had become expensive, but expense did not make purpose false. The greater good was not proven by ease. It was proven by the willingness to endure necessary ugliness without becoming enslaved to it. A water-cast drone descended beside him. Honored Arnold, final broadcast prepared. Begin recording. The drone's lens brightened. Kovash folded his hands within his sleeves and looked not at the machine, but through it, toward every frightened world in the Karen Vale. People of Gilead Secundus, people of Barak Tertius, people of Pelion's Hope, and all worlds shadowed by this conflict. Hear me with the clarity your former masters denied you. The Tow Empire came to you with unity. We came with medicine where your priests offered bones. We came with food where your nobles offered ration whips. We came with purpose where your Imperium offered only inherited fear and endless tithe. We came with light. He paused, allowing the words to settle. The Imperium answered with superstition, transhuman butchery, and self-immolation. Its commanders burned continents rather than surrender manufactoria. Its angels set fire to hab levels to deny movement to their enemies. Its returned lord shields himself with your bodies and calls the sacrifice necessity. Understand this truth. The Imperium does not love you. It spends you. The greater good remembers value, where the throne remembers only debt. He let the silence after that become part of the message. It was not entirely untrue. That made it stronger. He had ordered suffocation. He had ordered executions. He had ordered compromised auxiliaries vented into the void before imperial reclamation could turn them into martyrs, witnesses, or liabilities. He had done all of it without hatred and without waste. The Imperium had answered by burning its own continents and calling the ashes salvation. There was no innocence in the Karen Vale. There was only purpose, and purpose required a hand steady enough to cut. The drone dimmed. Transmit through all remaining compliance pylons, Kovash said. Loop beneath ration release codes. Let hunger carry it where faith still resists. At once, honored Aunel. The first warning rune appeared above the garden pool. Then another. Then the false sky flickered. Kovash did not turn as Shasvra Tolku entered the garden, armor marked by ash and palace defense sigils. The fire-cast warrior bowed low. The Green King approaches. Kovash looked at the reflection in the water. His face remained calm. Strength. Inner Circle warriors. Bone-armored survivors. Black pursuit elements. Dreadnoughts. Blade Guard. Plasma infantry. The Primarch advances on foot. Artillery? He refuses to level the palace. Our command ciphers remain active. He wants them intact. Then he remains rational. Tolku hesitated. Honored one, he remains dangerous. Kovash turned at last. Those conditions are not opposed. The palace became a fortress of light and railfire. Storm surges braced in the outer plazas, their stabilizer anchors driving deep into marble and street stone, once polished for imperial parades. Their missile racks angled toward the processional avenues. Riptides held the boulevard intersections, ion accelerators glowing, shield generators casting pale fields over fire warrior terraces. Broadsides anchored kill galleries behind shattered statues. Heavy rail rifles aimed down avenues where whole regiments had once marched beneath the Aquila. Hammerheads prowled behind the palace walls, sliding between shielded gates like white sharks beneath ice. Fire warriors took positions across layered balconies and garden terraces, pulse rifles resting on smooth parapets. drones filled the air until the palace sounded like a hive of mechanical locusts. The Toe did not look desperate. That pleased Kovash. Fear could be present. Fear was natural. Fear was useful when disciplined. Panic was failure. The first dark angels came through the outer smoke beneath raised shields. They looked like a vision from some barbaric age that refused to die. Blade Guard veterans advanced in dark green plate, storm shields locked before them, robes snapping in the hot wind. Deathwing survivors moved among them in bone armor, slow and implacable, maces and thunderhammers ready, despite the wounds that had reduced their number to a scarred remnant. Behind them came plasma-armed battle brothers, helms glowing from weapon heat. Ravenwing remnants screamed through the flanks on bikes and speeders, black machines weaving between rubble and drone fire. Dreadnoughts strode in the center, sarcophagi sealed around ancient hate, their vox emitters growling kill litanies that made the palace windows tremble. The Toe opened fire. The plazas vanished in blue-white fury. Storm surge missiles struck shield walls and lifted space marines from their feet. Broadsides fired in measured cadence, rail rounds punching through statues, armor, flesh, and the warriors behind them. Pulse fire fell from terraces like hard rain. Riptide ion blasts glassed the streets, leaving molten scars where men and stone had stood. Drones dipped and swarmed, marking joints, lenses, damaged plates, exposed cables. The Dark Angels answered with bolters, plasma, and wrath. A Blade Guard veteran took a rail shot through the chest and exploded backward, blood and ceramite fanning across those behind him. Another stepped over the ruin and kept advancing. Plasma incinerators fired from the second line, their white heat punching through fire warrior terraces, opening Toe armor and spilling bodies down the palace steps. A Ravenwing speeder crashed through a drone screen, guns roaring, before Seeker missiles tore it apart and scattered burning black armor across the garden wall. One dreadnought reached the first barricade and smashed through it with a fist the size of a shrine altar, crushing fire warriors beneath rubble while reciting judgment in a voice older than most worlds. Medieval apocalypse met precision war. Neither side yielded cleanly. Kovash watched from the inner terrace as the Green King entered the plaza. The Lion walked ahead of his sons. His armor had been broken and repaired only where repair mattered. Cracks still marked the plate. His cloak hung in scorched strips. Blood darkened the seals beneath one arm, where some wound had refused to close fully. The Emperor's shield rested on his left arm. Fealty was in his right hand. He did not roar. He did not raise his sword in challenge. He looked at the palace and saw through it. Kovash understood then that the Primarch had not come to conquer the building. He had come to remove the mind within it. Bodyguard doctrine, Kovash said. Tolku bowed and transmitted the order. The Firecast did not send a champion. They sent a system. Crisis suits descended in rotating patterns around the Lion, never closing long enough for a simple duel. Shield drones interposed themselves before Fealty's edge. Rail rifle teams fired at the damaged joints in his armor. Marker lights stacked and vanished as Ravenwing riders hunted the Pathfinders. Riptide support fire carved the avenues to isolate him from his guard. Fire warriors fired by volley, withdrew, reloaded, and fired again. A shield generator hidden within the palace wing flared around Kovash, layering his terrace in blue light. The Toe fought him correctly, never honorably, always together. For a time, it mattered. A rail rifle round struck the Lion beneath the pauldron and spun him half a step. Fusion heat scorched the shield rim and blackened his gauntlet. A drone burst against his helm, showering him in shrapnel. A crisis team drew him left, another fired from the right, and a third struck at his rear. He turned one volley, accepted another, cut a drone screen apart, and kept coming. Fealty broke the first battlesuit at the hip. Its pilot and control rig spilled out in a slick mess of blood, pressure fluid, and severed cables. The second suit tried to lift away, but the lion seized its ankle and dragged it down. The sword went through the cockpit once. The suit stopped moving. Shield drones clustered before the third, and fealty passed through them all, cutting their fields into sparks and their bodies into tumbling halves. A fire warrior cadre fired into him at close range until the Emperor's shield struck their barricade and turned armor, bodies and cover into a red and white collapse. The storm surge in the western plaza launched a destroyer missile. It crossed the distance on a pillar of smoke, guided by marker light, drone correction, and firecast desperation. The missile was meant for God engines. It struck the Emperor's shield and detonated with enough force to turn the palace wing behind the lion into falling ruin. The shield hurled the heart of the blast back. The storm surge took its own wrath in the chest. Its upper frame folded inward. The pilot compartment became fire. Stabilizer anchors tore free from the ground as the battlesuit toppled backward through a colonnade, crushing fire warriors, drones and marble beneath its dying weight. The collapsed palace wing threw dust and bodies across the terrace. Kovash's shield field flared under the pressure wave and held. When the smoke thinned, the lion was still coming. Wounded again, still coming. A walking refutation of probability. Kovash felt the first flicker of something that was not fear, but shared ancestry with it. Awe, perhaps, or recognition. The Imperium had preserved many horrors by accident. This one had returned with purpose. The last bodyguard cadre formed around the inner terrace. Tolku placed himself before Kovash, pulse blade drawn, battlesuit honor guard settling into positions above and around him. Crisis weapons charged. Drones formed a final halo. The shield generator burned bright. The lion reached them through fire. Fealty cut down Tolku's first guard. The Emperor's shield crushed the second into the terrace wall. A rail round struck the Primarch's thigh and drew blood. He stepped through it. A fusion blaster fired into his chest at arm's length. The shield turned enough of the blast to save him, not enough to spare pain. His armor smoked. His face remained cold. Tolku leapt, pulse blade aimed for the wound beneath the Primarch's arm. The lion caught him by the throat. For a heartbeat, the firecast warrior hung there, legs kicking once, weapon scraping across green armor. Then fealty entered beneath his ribs and emerged between his shoulders. The lion let him fall at Kovash's feet. The shield field failed. The ethereal and the Primarch stood face to face. Kovash looked up at him and saw no madness, no frothing hatred, no simple imperial fanaticism. He saw an intelligence as old as defeat and as hard as a blade left in winter. That made the conversation possible. "You preserve a corpse empire," Kovash said. The lion's sword rested at his side, dripping blood onto polished stone. "And you build a living cage." Kovash inclined his head. "A cage that feeds, a cage that teaches, a cage that survives. Your Imperium consumes its own children and calls the hunger holy." "Yes." The answer unsettled the ethereal more than denial would have. "You admit it." "I have eyes." "Then stand aside. There are greater devourers in the dark than my people. You know this. The tyrannid hunger, the warp's madness, the powers that laugh while your species bleeds itself on altars. We offer unity against extinction." The lion said nothing. The battle raged below them. Bolter fire, pulse fire, men screaming, drones bursting, dreadnoughts chanting, the palace dying by inches. Kovash pressed the blade of reason deeper. "Your brother in the west builds an empire of ledgers and law, while half the galaxy burns. You walk through shadows with a sword and call it duty. Ally with us, and worlds live. Refuse, and they die beneath the same darkness you claim to fight." For one cold second, the lion considered it. Kovash saw that he did. The Primarch did not reject sense merely because an alien spoke it. He weighed survival, cost, necessity, time, enemies beyond counting. He saw the usefulness. He saw the lives that might be preserved by temporary accord. Then, the moment ended. You demand obedience where you cannot earn loyalty, the lion said. You call the chain a future because you have polished it. Kovash felt something inside the palace command structure become inevitable. He transmitted the final order. Every remaining Guevesa formation turned. They had been held in reserve along the outer palace steps, in hab approaches, in shattered audience courts, and behind Dark Angel's advance routes. Human auxiliaries in tow marked armor, former militia, former guard, converted officers, frightened labor battalions with rifles pressed into their hands. Some had families in tow custody. Some believed the broadcast. Some hated the Imperium. Some were merely too tired to choose anything except the command currently in their ears. They attacked the Dark Angels from behind. The palace steps became madness. Guevesa laser guns and pulse carbines opened on green armor. Bolters answered. Men shouted that they were loyal. Men shouted that they had no choice. Men shouted for the greater good, for the Emperor, for their sons, for air, for food, for anyone to tell them what obedience would let them live. Some threw down weapons the moment they saw the Dark Angels turn. Others kept firing even as their comrades fell beside them. The lion's voice crossed every Vox channel the Dark Angels could seize. Those who lower weapons live. Those who raise them die. It was not mercy. It was law. The result was butchery. A Guevesa platoon dropped rifles and was dragged behind a shield wall by Blade Guard veterans while bolter fire passed over their heads. Another formation hesitated too long and was cut down by plasma, their bodies bursting open in white fire. Two brothers in human armor turned on each other, one trying to surrender, the other screaming that the tower would kill their families. A bolt shell ended both. Pulse fire struck Deathwing backs. Maces answered. Men vanished beneath ceramite boots. A dreadnought swept its assault cannon across a barricade, where auxiliaries continued firing, reducing them to shredded flak, bone fragments and red mist across the palace marble. Kovash watched the killing without flinching. The living cage required bars. The corpse empire still had claws. The lion moved again. He cut through the last of the ethereal guard with controlled violence that made the slaughter around him seem crude. Fealty opened shield drones, severed battlesuit limbs, split fire-cast bodies, and shattered the ceremonial guardrail before Kovash. A final bodyguard tried to interpose himself with a bonding knife drawn, not because it could matter, but because discipline required the motion. The lion struck him aside with the shield and broke every bone in his torso before he hit the ground. Then fealty came to rest at Kovash's throat. The blade was warm. Kovash did not kneel. He did not beg. He did not step back from the edge, though the edge had already touched his skin. Around them, the palace burned. The artificial garden behind him had caught fire, ceramic trees cracking in the heat. Perfumed air vents spat smoke. The false blue sky flickered, revealing the black ash storm beyond the dome. Below, Guevesa surrendered, died, or killed, until killed. The Dark Angels advanced through their own wounds. The Tau defense collapsed in disciplined fragments. "You cannot kill an idea," Kovash said. The lion looked down at him. For the first time, the ethereal saw something like sorrow in the Primarch's eyes. It was not soft. It did not save. It was the sorrow of an executioner who knew the prisoner was correct and swung the blade anyway. "No," the lion said, "but I can kill every hand that carries it here." The blade touched Arnold Kovash's throat, and for one breath the war seemed to wait with him. The ethereal did not beg. He did not tremble. He did not look toward the burning garden, nor toward the dying fire-cast warriors, dragging themselves across the broken terrace stones. He looked only at the giant before him, the green-armored relic of a species too old, too wounded, and too hateful to understand the clean necessity of surrender. "You cannot kill an idea," Kovash said. The lion heard the battle below them, bolters hammering, pulse rifles cracking, drones shrieking as they died. men screaming in Imperial Gothic and Tau command cant. He heard Guevesa throwing down weapons and others raising them. He heard the wounded begging for air, the faithful begging for judgment, the dying begging to be seen by gods who had never answered quickly enough. "No," he said, "but I can kill every hand that carries it here." Fealty moved. The ethereal's head fell without ceremony. His body remained standing for a heartbeat, robes unstained except for the clean red line at the neck. Then it collapsed beside the broken pulse blade of his last guardian. Kovash's blood ran across the polished terrace, through ash, through shattered shield drone casings, through petals from an artificial tree that had never known sunlight. The palace did not shake. No god cried out. The idea lived, as Kovash had promised. The lion stepped over the body and drove the Emperor's shield through the remains of the command plinth behind it. The alien console resisted with a flicker of defensive fields. He broke them with weight and anger controlled enough to be useful. His gauntlet plunged into the exposed core, tearing out a cipher spine of blue glass and white alloy. It pulsed in his hand, like a captured nerve. "Azrael," he said over the command vox. Static answered first. Then the Supreme Grand Master's voice came through, strained by void war and distance. "I hear you, Father." Ethereal command cipher taken. Routing through captured watercast channels. Stop the denial weapons. A pause. Too long. "My lord," Azrael said, "the cipher death triggered the enemy contingency." The lion looked out beyond the shattered palace dome. Gilead Secundus burned beneath a lid of smoke. Far above it, invisible from the ground, but present in every tactical rune, tow vessels shifted into new alignments. Barak Tertius was already a wound in the system, its forged continents vomiting ash and electromagnetic rage into the void. Pelion's hope, green and oceanic, and too far from his hand, began blinking red across the command feed. Planetary denial weapons armed across 3 worlds. Kovash had expected death. Kais Montia had expected Kovash's death. The tower was shaken, not broken. Aboard the Patient Blade, emergency lumens bathed the command amphitheater in pale blue. The ethereal's life sign had vanished from the command lattice. For the first time since the Karen Vale campaign began, the room carried the taste of disorder, not panic. The Firecast did not panic easily, and the Aircast officers remained linked to their vessels with hollow-eyed discipline. But something had been removed from the center of them. A gravity, a certainty. The absence of Anil Kovash moved through the chamber like cold air through an opened wound. Shasokai's Montia felt it and cut around it. "Firecast command authority transfers to me," he said. No one challenged him. He had planned for this, not because he wanted the ethereal dead. Want was irrelevant. Kovash had been a center of ideological cohesion, a weapon of compliance, and a liability once the Primarch reached blade distance. War punished every unprepared reverence. Kais Montaya had no intention of letting grief become another imperial weapon. "Withdrawal pattern Black Horizon," he ordered. "Core cadres and Earthcast strategic assets first. Aircast carriers disengage under drone screen. Firecast rearguard by rotating sacrifice, not fixed martyrdom. No revenge actions, no honor stands. Preserve experienced pilots, preserve command data, preserve cadres." Ashazel looked up from the Gilead display. "Compliant human populations in extraction corridors? Abandon." The word landed harder than a rail strike among some of the watercast survivors. Kais Montia continued before objection could form. "Supply cities marked for denial will detonate upon Imperial approach. Guevesa formations in reclamation zones are compromised. Useful witnesses become enemy propaganda once recaptured. Vent orbital barracks. Burn ration stores. Destroy medical dependencies. Leave the Imperium mouths to feed and graves to count." "Honored Shasso," said Aporal, voice tight despite caste training. "Some of those populations have fully accepted integration. Then they accepted its risks. He enlarged the system map. 3 worlds bled with denial icons: Gilead Secundus, Barak Tertius, Pelion's Hope. "We do not waste the Empire's strength proving resolve to corpses," Kaismontir said. "We withdraw under extermination cover. We make pursuit expensive. We preserve what learns." His gaze settled on the green rune still moving within the ruins of the palace. "And we remember him." On Gilead Secundus, the Lion saw the same map through Azrael's feed. There were too many blades falling. Barak Tertius could still be saved in part. Its northern forge core, its orbital shipyards, its surviving Mechanicus vaults, and millions of troops remained inside the ash-blind zone he had created with the lives of 3 continents. Gilead Secundus still held the palace cipher, the compliance pylons, the largest surviving civilian populations, and the anchor for Dark Angel's command. If both endured, the Kharan Veil remained an imperial wound, not a severed limb. Pelion's Hope blinked in red. Agri-world, oceans, grain basins, fungal continents, light resistance, poor shield coverage, tow denial systems already locked upon atmospheric processors, tidal stabilizers and seed vaults. He could send ships. Not enough. He could divert Ravenwing. Too late. He could order Barak abandoned and save Pelion's Hope. Then the Forge Moon died entirely, and with it, the weapons, ships, and industrial heart needed to hold the sector after the Tau withdrew. He could defend all 3 in name and save none in truth. The Lion looked at the burning horizon. Ash moved through the palace ruins like black snow. Around him, Dark Angels finished the killing. Fire warriors who fought died. Guevesa, who had lowered weapons, lay bound beneath guard. Those who had raised weapons lay in heaps on the palace steps, their blood mingling with tow coolant and the powdered bones of saints. "Father," Azrael said over the vox, and there was something in his voice that already knew the answer. "Barak Tertius and Gilead Secundus," the Lion said, "my lord. Commit all fleet interdiction to those worlds. Pelion's Hope is lost." The words left him cleanly. They did not feel clean. On the hololithic feed, Pelion's Hope began to die. Not in one fire. Not in a single heroic detonation. It died as a system of life made fragile by design and war. Orbital strikes broke tidal engines. Seed vaults were burned from above. Oceanic stabilizers failed. Tow denial drones poisoned atmospheric processors before withdrawing. The great fungal grain belts blackened under chemical fire. Cities that had surrendered to survive found their ration towers detonated by the same empire that had fed them. Those who had resisted starved first. Those who had complied starved later. Billions entered the ledger of necessity, not as screams the Lion could hear, but as red runes spreading across a world he had chosen not to save. Victory took the stain and held it. Azrael was already inside the patient blade when he received the order. The boarding war had reached the carrier's inner arteries. The clean corridors were no longer clean. Fire warrior bodies lay torn across white decking. Shield drone fragments crunched beneath ceramite boots. Dark Angels dead rested where they had fallen, some with helms removed by apothecaries, some still gripping weapons, some burned into their own armor by pulse fire at close range. The air smelled of hot metal, alien blood, and discharged bolters. Azrael led from the front because command from safety had become an insult. The lion helm shone at his side. The sword of secrets burned in his hand. Around him, his command squad advanced through overlapping fire, while Deathwing Terminators broke doors, Blade Guard locked shields, and Tech Marines tore alien systems open with servo claws. Fire warriors fell back through each chamber, with discipline so exact it had become predictable only in its refusal to waste itself. Breachers fired from knee-height beneath closing bulkheads. Drones dived into blade strokes. Battlesuits punched through side walls, fired, and vanished before Terminators could bring hammers down. Azrael killed through them. His blade opened a fire warrior from shoulder to hip. He turned a pulse shot aside with his shield and drove the Sword of Secrets through the shooter's chest. A drone tried to mark him. A bolt pistol round ended it. A crisis suit burst through the left wall, weapons flaring, and killed 2 Dark Angels before Azrael crossed beneath its guns and severed the pilot housing. The suit fell backward, alien blood spilling down its white armor. "Push to command spine," he voxed. "No pause, no trophies, no prisoners unless they carry command codes." The patient blade shuddered. The rock had struck it again from range, lances burning through the carrier's dorsal armor, where the boarding teams had weakened internal shields. The tow flagship bled atmosphere in long white plumes. Its drone screens were thinning. Its escorts were dying in pieces. Still, it refused collapse. Like its commander, it had planned escape before pride. Azrael reached the emergency launch spine as the inner command seal opened. Chasseur Kai's Montier emerged in a Cold Star battlesuit. The battlesuit was lean, fast, its engines burning blue-white in the ruined corridor's haze. It bore scars from boarding impacts, but no disabling wound. Drone escorts snapped into formation around it. For a heartbeat, Azrael and Kai's Montier faced one another across a passage filled with dead warriors from 2 empires. "Stand and answer," Azrael said. The Tau commander's voice issued through translation speakers, calm despite the dying ship around him. "That is an imperial desire, not a tactical requirement." Azrael raised his blade. "Coward." "Alive," Kai's Montier said. The Cold Star launched backward through the emergency spine as charges detonated between them. The corridor folded in fire. Azrael's shield took the blast, but the force drove him to one knee and filled his helm with warning runes. When he rose, the launch spine was open to void, and the Cold Star was already a dwindling light crossing toward an extraction manta. Kai's Montier survived because he had chosen survival before honor. Azrael watched him go, hatred cold enough to endure. "Carrier spine crippled," Barakiel reported through static. "Patient blade withdrawing under heavy damage. Enemy command asset escaped." Azrael looked down at the dead around him. "Then kill what remains." The final killing field formed on the ash plains outside Gilead Secundus's Broken Palace districts. Kai's Montier did not seek the lion with a blade. He did not descend for a duel beneath banners. He did not allow the myth to dictate the method of its own murder. He tried to kill the Primarch properly. 3 hammerhead squadrons took positions beyond the ruins, railguns aligned through corridors of shattered hab blocks. 2 storm surges braced in the remains of a pilgrim boulevard, their stabilizer anchors punching through marble and corpse layers into the rock beneath. Stealth marker teams hid among decapitated saint statues and collapsed Vox towers. Seeker missile waves waited in mobile racks behind drone screens. Crisis suits formed secondary fire lanes. Broadsides anchored the rear. Every weapon pointed not merely at the lion, but at the space he would choose once he understood what they threatened. Beyond the kill zone, Imperial evacuation ships lifted through smoke. Civilians, wounded Astartes, surviving guard commanders, Mechanicus adepts carrying data caskets, Guevesa prisoners bound and beaten but alive. Thunderhawks and bulk lifters rose from landing fields, while tow artillery sought angles through the ash. The lion walked into the open. Every gun that turned toward him was one less gun firing at the ships. He became bait by choice. Marker lights crawled across his armor until he shone blue beneath the black sky. Rail rounds carved trenches around him, each shot passing close enough to tear stone and bodies into vapor. Missiles struck the Emperor's shield and burst in flowers of fire. Plasma and pulse fire hammered his chest, his shoulders, his legs. A rail shot clipped his side and spun him half around, ripping armor free and opening flesh beneath. He turned back into the storm. Another missile detonated at his feet and drove fragments through his greave. Blood fell onto alien dust and burned where hot metal touched it. He kept walking, Not untouched, not invincible. Worse, wounded and still advancing. Kais Montier watched from the Cold Star's command feed aboard a retreating Manta, linked to every remaining fire lane. The Primarch was moving as predicted, but prediction brought no comfort when the target accepted the price. "Continue," he said. A hammerhead fired. The Emperor's shield caught the rail strike and nearly tore from the Lion's arm. A storm surge launched a full salvo. Missiles drowned him in smoke and fire. For a moment, the green rune vanished beneath detonation glare. "Impact confirmed," said a Firecast operator. "No," Kais Montier said. The rune moved. Then the Dark Angel's trap closed. Ravenwing survivors struck from behind the tow artillery line, not as a proud charge, but as black knives through smoke. Corvain, half dead and strapped into his saddle by chains, led them between wrecked hab stacks and opened fire into the marker teams. Plasma talons burned pathfinders from their perches. Land speeders skimmed low enough to scrape stone. Heavy bolters shredding drone relays and seeker racks. A wounded rider rammed his bike into a hammerhead's rear engine and vanished in the explosion that followed. Teleport lightning struck among the storm surges. Deathwing survivors and reserve squads materialized inside the artillery line, where the great battlesuits could not bring their largest weapons to bear. Thunderhammers rose and fell. Maces of absolution crushed stabilizer anchors. Cyclone missiles detonated against knee joints. One storm surge tried to lift its anchors and retreat, but Terminators swarmed its legs like bone-armored executioners, blasting apart support pistons and hammering through armor until the machine leaned. Above them, Azrael's fleet fired through the gap opened by the dead Godslayer relays. The Rock's lance beams fell with cathedral wrath. Strike cruisers and wounded escorts added their guns. The Tau railnet, blinded in parts and overcommitted in others, could not fully answer. Imperial fire carved through the rear drone screens and cut open the hammerhead squadrons. Railgun platforms exploded. Sky rays died in chains of detonating missiles. Broadsides vanished beneath bombardment. The killing field became an execution ground facing the wrong way. The Lion reached the nearest storm surge as it toppled. Fire warriors poured pulse fire into him. Drones rammed themselves against his armor. A crisis suit landed on the machine's shoulder and fired down into his face. He raised the shield, took the shots, and climbed. Hand over hand, blade driven into. Armor for purchase, he ascended the collapsing battlesuit while missiles screamed past him and the machine's reactor began to overload. A rail rifle shot tore through his cloak and scored his backplate. Another struck his thigh. He dragged himself higher. The Storm Surge pilot tried to shake him loose, hydraulic limbs spasming as Deathwing hammers broke its lower frame. The Lion reached the cockpit. Fealty went down through the canopy, through the pilot, through the command cradle, through the reactor spine beneath. The Storm Surge detonated. The blast threw the Primarch into the ash. For several seconds, every Imperial Vox channel believed him dead. Static swallowed his rune. The explosion rolled outward, flattening fire warriors, hurling Terminators from the battlesuit's legs, blasting the corpse dust into a black wall that crossed the battlefield. A Ravenwing speeder spun from the shockwave and crashed burning into a shrine ruin. Deathwing warriors called his title once, then again, then fell silent as no answer came. Azrael stood on the bridge of the crippled patient blade, blood running down his armor, staring at the dead rune. "No," he whispered. Kais Montier watched the same empty space. For one breath, he allowed the possibility. The ash moved. A hand rose from the black dust. The Lion stood. His armor was broken in a dozen places. One side of his cloak was gone. Blood ran freely down his leg and from beneath his arm. The Emperor's shield hung lower now, not from defeat, but from damage and exhaustion even a Primarch could not deny forever. Fealty remained in his grasp. He took one step, then another, still advancing. Kais Montier looked at the surviving fire lanes. Too few. The hammerheads were broken. One storm surge remained, already retreating. Marker teams dead or scattered. Seeker missile waves spent. The Godslayer array blinded in part and forced into defensive calculations. The patient blade crippled. The ethereal dead. Core cadres extracting. The lesson purchased. A lesser commander would have spent everything for revenge. Kais Montier was not lesser. All remaining Firecast elements disengage, he said. Withdrawal under drone and missile cover. Do not attempt recovery of damaged assets unless already in motion. Preserve command data. Preserve veterans. Preserve shame if it aids memory. A subordinate stared at him through the link. Chassot, the field is not fully lost. No field is worth the Empire's future because pride cannot count. He watched the Primarch cross the ash toward guns that were already leaving. Do not call this defeat, Kais Montier said. Call it data purchased in blood. The Tau withdrew, not as a rout, never as a rout. They fell back behind drone screens, detonated supply cities, burned fuel depots, collapsed landing corridors, and abandoned compliant humans whose usefulness had ended at the edge of evacuation capacity. Mantas lifted core cadres into the smoke. Aircast vessels broke orbit in staggered waves. The patient blade, wounded and burning, dragged itself toward the outer veil, with escorts dying around it to buy distance. Kais Montier's Cold Star docked with a retreating carrier as the last Imperial Lance salvo cut empty space where he had been. The Karen Vale did not become silent when the Tau left. Nothing in the 41st millennium was granted such mercy. Gilead Secundus remained imperial because there were still dark angels standing in its ruins and still civilians alive enough to kneel before them. Barak Tertius remained imperial because the Forge Corps endured behind an ash storm made from the deaths of its own continents. Pellion's hope became a corpse world in slow motion, its oceans poisoned, its harvests burned, its people left to famine, cold, and the long arithmetic of atmospheric collapse. 2 worlds survived. 1 died. Billions were gone. The Dark Angels gathered in the broken palace plaza beneath a sky the color of iron. Deathwing survivors knelt first, those few who could still bend. Ravenwing came next, riders dismounting from damaged bikes, some held upright by serfs and brothers. Blade Guard, Hellblasters, Tech Marines, chaplains, dreadnoughts with cracked sarcophagus plates, wounded guard officers, Mechanicus adepts, and silent-bound Guevesa prisoners watched the green giant stand among the ruin. Azrael approached through the ash. He had returned from the patient blade with blood on his blade and failure in his mouth. The tow commander had escaped. The ethereal was dead, the flagship crippled, the system scarred. Victory had been achieved by the kind of choices men spent lifetimes pretending only monsters made. He knelt before the lion, not because ritual demanded it, because standing felt dishonest. The lion did not look down at him immediately. His eyes were fixed eastward, beyond the dead palace, beyond the burning spires, beyond the orbit where the tow fleet had vanished into the dark between stars. Ash gathered on his armor. Blood dried beneath the broken edges of his plate. The Emperor's shield was still on his arm. Fealty was point down in the stone, as if even the sword required rest. Around them, the surviving Dark Angels bowed their heads. There should have been triumph. There was only breath, smoke, and the distant sound of the wounded. Azrael raised his eyes. "Is the campaign over?" The lion was silent for a long moment. When he answered, his voice carried the weight of old forests, dead worlds, and wars that had never truly ended. No. He looked toward the void where Kais Montier had escaped with cadres, data, and memory. The young empire has learned fear. The ash wind moved across the plaza, whispering through broken banners and over the bodies of men who had died for worlds that would never know their names. Now we learn whether it remembers.